Oh. All right. Looks like we're good. I guess we're good all across the board. YouTube, Twitch, and Kick. Oh, but I'm echoing back into my own stream because I have it in my headphones through my thing. So let me just turn this down. All right. And to the live scene. What is going on? What is happening? It's your boy. We're here. We're starting new services. We're starting up new things. My dog's over here freaking out. What's up, buddy? What's wrong with you, little guy? Huh? What's wrong with you? What's up? Where's that coming from? Oh, it's coming from my laptop. Sorry, I got 3 streams live right now. 3 streams running. We got Reese up here with us. Reese boy, Maurice. That's his that's his free man name. All right, come on, Maurice. Oh, he wants to play, but sorry, Papa's got a stream. Papa's got a stream. We gotta slay some demons. As a matter of fact, let me check my Diablo progress. I took like 15 minutes to set up stream, so I have no idea where that's at. 31 minutes left. What's up? Chat was cleared by a moderator. When did all that happen? Who's fucking around in my chat? Slow mode may only send messages every 30 seconds. I have no idea who that is fucking around in my chat, but if you would stop, I would prefer it. Thank you. Oh my god. Give me 1 second. I don't know what's going on with this dog. Let me see. Figure this Okay, now I'm back. All right. So we got like 20 minutes until Diablo 4 is live, ready to go. So until then, we are going to watch some videos. I don't got anybody watching right now, but if you are, China put this point which they buy cheap from China and ridiculous overpriced for their items in the U.S., which Apple does also. So self-own If they have nothing to hide, then Teddy Fresh should release their financials. Like this is such a dumb thing. I was in this conversation about drop shipping. Oh my god. Whew. Everybody shouldn't have access to the internet. Everybody's opinions shouldn't be a part of the public discourse because some people are just really fucking stupid. Okay? Drop shipping is a very particular action. Drop shipping is a form of e-commerce as to where he wants this toy that's up on my desk, but I'm not giving it to him because it's super loud. He just bangs it on the floor. Reese, you have plenty of other toys to go play with. There's a toy right over there. What was I just saying? Dropshipping. Dropshipping is a very particular form of e-commerce. One where you sell products and take orders without holding any inventory on hand. Right? That is dropshipping at its core. That's it. Right? So when you have these retailers like a lot of Etsy shops, what they're doing is they're doing print on demand, where you go onto a website, you design a t-shirt, you list the t-shirt on your website. A company in China or an American company, because a lot of print on demand get their stuff from American companies, will manufacture, package, and ship the product to your customer, and you pay them for them. So let's pull up Notepad, Paint. Right. So here's me. This is me over here. My fucking. This is me, and I want to sell. I can't see my like thing. Oh, there it is. Okay, it's like super transparent. All right, and I want to sell this mug. Don't mind how shitty my mug is. Right. I can either do one of two things. I can buy from warehouse a bunch of mugs and ship them directly to my house, then me ship them to customer, right? This gives me the most control. It's probably going to be the cheapest option for me as well. The only issue is I'm going to have to find a place to store all of these items while I'm waiting for someone to buy, right? What drop shipping is drop shipping is you eliminate that entire thing. Reese, you're going out into the living room. Sorry, buddy. We got plenty of toys to play with out here. I hate having to do that to him, but it's like I'm streaming around. I'm working right now, little bro. I can't sit down and play fetch with you. So drop shipping. What you do is drop shipping. You completely eliminate. Where's my thing again? Dude, the contrast on this is so poor. Who designed this? All right, there we go. All right, so with dropshipping, you completely eliminate this part, or I should say this part. You completely eliminate this part where you hold the inventory on hand, and you order directly from the manufacturer, and it ships directly to the client. Now your client still buys from you, from your website, from your storefront, and then you turn around. Most of it's automated if you're not an idiot, because if you don't automate it, you're gonna miss fulfillments, you're gonna miss orders, and you're not gonna be in business very long. So most of it's automated. What happens is you pay the supplier before they ship this item. So really, and this is the big thing about dropshipping that separates it from all other businesses, right? People keep trying to say in this Twitter thread that Apple is dropshipping because they manufacture in China, and that's just not true. It's like the dumbest fucking thing in the world. The difference here is that you are actually not selling an item. Actually, let me rephrase that. You are selling an item, but you are the middleman of the sale. It's no different. You're no different than what Kmart does, or Target, because Kmart is extinct and I'm just an old fuck, so I'm thinking of Kmart. Target you're doing exactly what Target does. Target doesn't manufacture Pampers. Target doesn't even, well, I guess Target does store stuff, so I guess I'm just a retard. I don't really know what I'm talking about. But what I do know is that Apple isn't fucking drop shipping. I know that much. I just can't explain it, right? But nobody's here, so I'm saying you guys. But you blank void of a person, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Okay, video time. Don't take. Yeah. Ava gets rejected on the button? Damn. Let's see. Let's actually watch this.
Midjourney version 5 just released late yesterday.
Oh, wait, hold up. I think I'm live.
At what it's capable of in terms of producing UI UX designs. Now, for those that don't know, Midjourney is a generative image AI that's capable of taking your text input and outputting some really awesome images and photographs.
Oh no, 8 minutes.
Oh, in layout too.
Okay.
So here's the first prompt I issued. A clean website landing page for a breakfast restaurant that makes waffles. Use a yellow, black, and white color scheme. Now for now you have to specify version 5 for the version 5 results. Now here's what it came up with. Overall, this is a very solid first attempt.
Wow, nah, that's actually really good.
White color scheme, but as you can see, it still screws up the text, but it does offer solid layout ideas.
Yeah, no, the layout's good.
One, and here it is upscaled. Not bad for just helping you generate color scheme and layout ideas. Now, make sure to stick around because I'm also going to take one of these designs and make it polished in the end. Now, here's another prompt. A dashboard design for a cryptocurrency service that shows the current Bitcoin price, stats, minimalistic, version 5, AR16.9. Overall, not bad at all. It looks like it has some nice charts, and I like the one on the lower right corner. So here's that upscaled. Now, you can also issue a prompt in the form of an image URL. So I issued a prompt with this image here to see if it would output that design in a device mockup. And here's what it came up with. As you can see, it used the same color scheme. It recognized that there were charts in the original image. So overall, it didn't do that bad of a job mirroring the image that we fed it in a device mockup format. I saw another user issue this prompt for a vape web design, but they forgot to add the version 5 tag at the end, and this is the result of that default version 4.
It's not bad.
I then decided to issue the same exact prompt, except add on the version 5 tag at the end.
I actually like the first one better. I'm not even gonna lie.
I actually like the version 5 option more, but it really doesn't seem that superior. It's just stylistically different. Here's another prompt. Testimonial section with large testimonial and 3 smaller testimonials underneath. UI, UX, web design, purple and white color scheme. And here's the result. The only option here that seemed to give me what I asked for is the upper right corner. There's a large testimonial up top and then 3 different cards underneath, which could be construed as testimonials. Overall, you could easily take this and use it for layout inspiration. Now, having said that, let's do exactly that. Let's say you found a layout for inspiration along with a color scheme, and now it's time to make it a high polished design. Here's a time lapse of me working on one of the vape layouts.
What's gonna happen? Blood!
Here's the original image from Midjourney. And here's the polished version that I created in Figma.
I like
As
his
you
a lot
can see,
better.
Pretty awesome stuff. Utilizing generative AI for color.
Yeah, I like his a bit better. The only thing that I personally would do different if I were to make this, and this is honestly really a very nitpicky thing, is actually no, it's not a nitpicky thing. It's not at all. I would make these actual cards. Like I would encase them in a border. I would encase them in a border. Maybe match this color for these. I'd have to see what it looks like. But I would definitely encase this text in a border. I just think that it looks a little bit better. I think it looks a little bit better. I think that you get a really nice effect if you get a nice hover animation on the whole thing. That would just be my opinion.
Color scheme and layout
I
ideas
think
can
this
be
is really good. This is
useful,
actually a really good tip.
especially if you're
I've never
someone who
even
has a
thought of
hard
using
time with
AI
layouts
like
and
this.
colors in general. If you enjoyed this video, check out designcourse.com where you can learn UI, UX, CSS, and more with my custom interactive platform that makes learning fun and easy.
Let's go check out what
I think what you are saying, just to validate your point, I think at that point, this is FDR back in the day.
Yeah, we can pull up the data.
I think there was 40 workers for every retiree. I think now it's closer to like 3 workers.
Yeah, it's not
Yes,
sustainable.
but
It's not even close.
No, it is sustainable.
You think it's sustainable.
No, I don't think it's sustainable. I'm looking at the Social Security Trust Fund actuarial
with the
tables.
letter when they sent you this in the Social Security letter. They're telling you if we go this way, this is going to go bankrupt.
It's just like
No, you're misreading it. The trust fund is going to go bankrupt. In 1981, Greenspan and Reagan expanded the trust fund. We had a surge of baby boomers. There is a trust fund that exists
I'm like
that is
worried that
essentially like a
bit
rainy
rate
day
is
fund.
really low.
That
but, like,
is
they're
going to
not
go. That is going to be
dropping
insolvent
frames or anything like that. I don't
around 3033.
2033.
30-33.
My Twitch chat actually looks like it's performing really well. So ooh, yikes. Yikers. Well, I mean, freaking Diablo is gonna be ready in like. Let's see if I can see it from here. No. Diablo's gonna be ready in less than a minute, so. Diablo! 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 That was really weird. I don't know why I did that. Oh god, and it's got this in the background. Oh, I'm gonna get crucified. Okay. Alright, Diablo's ready. Fuck this. Thank God. And we will put this on top. I don't want to do that. Yeah. Put that on top. Bring that up. Bring this up. Lit. All right, let's fucking do this. Let me change my stream titles real quick. Change my stream titles. Save. Okay. No screen reader. No need for text to speech. I can hear that. It's super loud. Didn't plug in any of my stuff. I'm such a hot mess. Dropping my picture. Knocking over my picture of my daughter. Trying to plug stuff in on my desk. Oh, and I don't even think that I don't even think you can hear me. Can you hear Diablo? No, you sure can't. You can only hear me. Alright, well. Properties. Nope, nothing. I don't understand why it's like that. Properties, device. I don't get it. So what I'm gonna do instead is we're going to we're just gonna have to play some music off the thing because I don't honestly feel like troubleshooting anymore, so sorry guys. Font scale, that's fine. Font scaling. Yeah, all this is fine. All this is fine. I don't care about any of this. It's like super weird that I don't even remember that song being in that Zelda reveal. I think I could fix it. Hold on. Device, game capture HD, default. Game capture HD. Oh. Stupid. Stupid!
your mind. He's not.
There we go. I'm actually just an idiot. I figured it out.
We want is right there.
No, I just came here for knowledge.
I know. Now, breach the seal. Get us through that door.
Oh, Lord, help me. By three, they come. By three, thy
I mean, I don't really care about any of this.
blood show.
So yeah, I'm just gonna skip. I don't care about that. Barbarian, necromancer, sorcerer, rogue, or druid. Okay, so druid's kind of my jam from Diablo 2. So I think I'm gonna roll druid. But I don't know, necromancer seems pretty cool too. I like necromancer in Diablo 3, but I don't really care for Diablo 3. If they're going back more to Diablo 2, I think maybe druid's best bet. So it's a customized body type. Yeah, that's cool. Face variations. Yeah. Alright, hair. It's gotta be bald. Beard is fine. They got like, any like war paint or anything like that? War paint's pretty fucking sick. No. Just, like actual makeup. Yeah, okay. I'm down with that. Oh, markings, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, like shit like that. Okay, yeah, dude, I think that looks pretty fucking sick. Now let's do this, but let's do it, no. I don't know, I actually kind of like that shit a lot. I mean, let's be honest, dude. Color's not showing up on Skin That Dark anyway. I got fucking white in my Mario mushroom tattoo right here, and you can't see that shit at all. So, so white's not showing up anyway. I think I like this. I think I will go with. I like this color. I think I'm gonna go with. Oh, there's more. Oh my god. Alright, well, let's see. Let's see what they got. That shit's pretty sick. Satanist. I mean, it's Diablo. Do I get markings on my head? Oh, actually, that's pretty fucking sick. I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah. Yeah. And we would just name him Gully. Just gonna name him Gully. Less guidance. I don't need guidance. World Tier Adventurer. I mean, I guess veteran? I guess veteran. I mean, it's not like I'm new to Diablo, but I'm not really that good with the controller, so I don't know. Maybe I should have picked easy. It said I can change it whenever, so.
Sanctuary was never meant for humankind. It was forged as a refuge from the war between the high heavens and the burning hells. Instead, it became a new battleground in this eternal conflict. A secretive group called the Haradrim has kept mortals safe. But now this once powerful order is a husk of what it was. And Sanctuary's ancient creators have returned to claim the hearts of humankind. This is the story of their downfall.
What's going on? Sorry, I was trying to see why my filter wasn't like working. Oh wait, hold on. Now I'm doubled up. Mute that. Alright. That should be good. Yeah, I was trying to figure out why my like filter wasn't working. What the hell is this even connected to? Default. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, but whatever. I think it might have been my webcam mic, honestly. It looks good. At the very least. These dark scenes are kind of hard to see because of my like light shining here right in front of my face. But oh wait. I didn't mean to do bedroom.
I should find better shelter before I freeze.
All right. Alright, yeah, I don't have any spells or anything yet. Like, he's running really slow. You see, this would be really cool if I could buy it once and have access to it on every platform, because, I mean, obviously it's just easier to stream on console, but, like, this is a game that I would like to play on PC, because just sitting here holding this analog stick and walking, like, I already want to quit. I already want to quit. Like, just being able to click around is so much easier. I mean, maybe I could connect my mouse and keyboard to my PlayStation to play this. I wouldn't doubt it. I know it has mouse and keyboard support. So maybe I'll look into that. I think I am going to turn on a video here in a second, because
Another abandoned town. Demons everywhere. Fangs in the dark.
it bit me.
He's a wild one.
All right.
Even time-based two-factor, like Google Authenticator or Authy, can be compromised, say if you were to accidentally set it up or access it from an infected device. In spite of all of these issues with two-factor, though.
All right.
Better. I mean, obviously, listen, I do appreciate it anyway. I was just sickened by it. It made me feel sick. It's just that, look, I don't really care. I don't really care about, like, talking shit or whatever, but it's just annoying when someone you feel that you have, you know... What the fuck is this?
Um.
How do I feel about salmon? Is it Ladybug Boot? This your first time here?
Shut your dumb ass up. So if I connect my phone to the Wi-Fi, TikTok.
Oh, nice, dude. His titles are fucking lit. I'm about to steal XQZ's titles.
I eat salmon all day. The only reason why.
Not the what's name. This looks like it'll be a interesting discussion, but I'll save that for later. Yeah, I don't. It's so funny because I literally always have shit to watch. A white woman reacts to Cynthia G. All right, fuck it, let's do it.
Absurd and delusional and super effed up. This is like the type of thing that would get me into a fist fight, and I'm not really like that. You want to bring that lady to church and help her meet Jesus.
Okay, so I think we're officially now into the divestor or the divestor adjacent. Yeah. So I'm gonna play this for you.
All right, yeah. I like Shay.
And okay,
I think Shay Charday, she's real good stuff. I think she makes really good content. I think she's very smart.
You're like, what did I just see?
I already feel terrified.
She doesn't call herself a divestor, but she uses all
we'll
of the
drop this
divestor talking
down.
points. And honestly, divestors sometimes go after her because they're just like, you're stealing all of our work, but you're just not giving us credit. But her talking points are pretty much what you would find on a open divestor channel. Yeah, so let me play it just real quick.
Oh, this isn't even, she's picking a video. She's actually just having...
aborting a black child when it comes to it being male is because when I look at the black community and the problems in it, it's associated with males and male pathology. When you talk about violence, it's associated with
her face.
When
she's like, Mike.
Upon it's the males. When you talk about drugs.
She's like, my granny used to say the same things about black men.
It's the males. When you talk about the fatherless children, it's
Holy
the males.
shit.
Every single problem that is happening in the black community, you point to the males and then you have the culprit. So for me, I think that not selectively breeding is very irresponsible when you are the only one who has control over who gets to Earth. your womb, it carries the person to earth. So if you're the only one with that power, regardless of whatever he wants, if I feel like if black men want black women to give birth to their children, then they need to act like it. They need to go out, they need to clean the community up, they need to stick around, raise their children, stop being violent, stop forcing themselves upon women, stop toe tagging us every 5.5 hours, and then we won't have a problem with having your children.
This is like the wildest thing ever, because literally, like, I don't know if you guys could tell here on TikTok, YouTube, wherever you're watching this video, I'm black. I've never toe tagged a black woman. I've never. Maybe I've disrespected one. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea where she meets these guys. Maybe it's because I'm here playing Diablo that I'm not out here, you know, toe tagging black women like I got my Oculus Rift, you know what I mean? Toe tagging them. I don't know. I don't know. I have no idea where she's meeting these people here, but it's just like wild. It's like the wildest like delusions of. I don't know. I feel like she watches maybe a lot of television or something. I don't know. Let's see. I'm gonna go back a second.
Not selectively breeding. It's
Her
very
face.
responsible when you are the only one who has control.
Sorry, I didn't know I didn't have this up. So we're gonna have to listen to Cynthia G's fucking vile rant one more time. My
the
fault.
Problems in it, it's associated with males and male pathology. When
Yep.
you talk about violence, it's associated with the males. When you talk about the women being forced upon, it's the males. When you talk about drugs, it's the males. When you talk about the fatherless children, it's the males. Every single problem that is happening in the black community, you point to the males and then you have the culprit.
In her defense, from like a very high level view, this is 100% absolutely true. There's nothing that anybody can say to dispute it. Black men commit the most violent crime in America. And I'm sorry. I know. Somebody fucking, I'll animate the fucking raccoon over my face right now. But African American men, commit the most violent crime in America. I mean, it's the truth, right? So there is some level of truth to what she's saying here. But you have to figure out why they're doing these reasons. And I don't mean the lefty reasons, even though those do have some sort of bearing. You have things like poverty. You have things like lack of education. You have things like lack of father presence in the home. You have things like crimes of opportunity when it comes to sexual assault and things like that. So you have these things and you have these factors and you have this group of men that are quote-unquote underserved by the community, which in reality are underserved by their own community, not any other community. Other communities do plenty for black people. You know, you just run into these really fucky things. But I lost my train of thought. I've been hitting the pendulum too hard. Blinker 10. But the issue is that you can't sit here and blame all of these issues on black men, because black men aren't the only people in the community. Right? Those black boys were raised by black women. And they act the way that they do. Absolutely, their father should have been there, but he wasn't. And while that man does share, or that man holds his own version of that blame, I can't blame him for the way that a child turned out that he wasn't around to raise, right? Like, that's just the way that it works. My dad wasn't always around, and I mean, I turned out okay-ish, right? But that's because my mom worked really hard and did a lot of things to benefit me. I mean, I kind of talk to my dad now, not really, but you know, my mom was always there for me. She always made sure that she was talking to my teachers. She always made sure that she was doing everything that I needed to do, that she needed to do in order for me to get me into the next stage of life. Now, my fuck-ups are my own fuck-ups and they have nothing to do with her, but she was always there for me to get me into the next stage. So, I mean, hey, maybe it's just the parenting. I don't know. All I know is that this chick, Cynthia G, is raising a child, and what do you think her kid is going to turn out like?
So for me, I think that not selectively breeding is very irresponsible when you are the only one who has control over who gets to Earth. Your womb, it carries the person to Earth. So if you're the only one with that power, regardless of whatever he wants, I feel like if black men want black women to give birth to their children, then they need to act like it. They need to go out, they need to clean the community up, they need to stick around, raise their children, stop being violent, stop forcing themselves upon women, stop toe tagging us every 5.5 hours, and then we won't have a problem with having your children. If they were being responsible, this conversation wouldn't be happening right now.
So, okay, so...
Wow, well, I learned it right away.
Oh my gosh. What?
Yeah.
So these are the lovely women who want to integrate.
Dude, this skill tree is massive. Holy shit.
That woman wants to marry a white man.
So they will say, and this is how they get around it, right? Because they'll say...
They don't have a choice.
Because they don't have a toe tag, which is a euphemism for... or they'll say, you know, expand your options, marry these other races of men because...
It's so fucked up, but toe tagging has to be the funniest fucking version of saying that. Like, I can just imagine Cynthia G sitting at like a family cookout talking about yelling at her fucking black male cousin. You toe tag us, nigga. Stop toe tagging us, nigga.
Not doing all the things that she just described. So they will openly encourage women to date out because they want them to get away from the barbaric boogeyman that black men are. So then my question to you would be, okay,
that transition was really nice. I like that. Do you have like a timer?
Unless you marry someone who's into eugenics.
Right.
I mean, honestly, like completely
true,
delusional and super effed up, and it's like it makes me a bit angry. Like I could actually get into it with this lady.
You probably would.
Like this is like the type of thing that would get me into a fist fight, and I'm not really like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
no, yeah, fair.
Like you straight tripping. Period. You talking like that about anyone, let alone like, you have a ton
okay, Becky.
Like you need to get off the platform and go to therapy
for sure.
Like no question.
Yeah.
Whatever damage you have done, like the answer is not to kill off black men.
Unlocks the new look on salvage.
No, of course. And then again, you know, I think, okay, if that's the energy you're going with, how would a high value wife?
Good luck. You're gonna be single your whole life.
You
like
know,
I hate to be like that, but like again, back to adding value. Like this isn't adding value. Like if you think
where is my
extinguish people? What makes anyone believe that they wouldn't be next in line?
Exactly.
I need to.
And so if she's talking about that with black men, she's probably talking about that about other people too.
That's true.
She's operating under a completely different mode.
What I need to do is I need to figure out why.
The fact that you would just say that and throw that like blatantly around means that you're capable of much worse.
True. Because if you feel comfortable going online in a public platform and saying
saying you would kill off black babies, like get out of here, get out. There's no room for you.
Oh, okay.
I mean, not
So it's
not
locked.
metaphorically, but you know what I mean. Like,
yeah, I
mean,
see.
not literally, but it's like, why are you doing this? Yeah, I agree, Crispy. Like, garbage, complete garbage.
Why'd she call it crispy?
That's just like my general response. You know what I mean? It's like you want to bring that lady to church and help her meet Jesus.
At that point, like
yeah, but that's the only thing. That's the only thing.
Well, at least it doesn't use any of my magic.
That cycle.
Yeah.
Like that
Okay.
level
Well,
of self-delivery.
I don't have any reason to say that anymore, but Jesus Christ, the DG's wild. Yeah, I guess we'll watch this. Fucking Preach's laugh is like an instant banger.
Thank you. So I know we don't have much time, so I was wondering if I could try something new.
Sure.
So.
We don't have much time, so I just.
Until yeah.
Butt stuff.
Yeah, I need this over here so I can watch it.
Really wondering. Pegging.
He's so fucking dumb.
I'm actually curious, ladies, when you see a dude and he got like pink fingernails, y'all into that shit?
I'm part of an East African religion, straight out of Ethiopia. Straight out of
Yeah,
Ethiopia.
facts.
Nah, bro. Nah, bro. Nah, we're not all about to hold this out.
That's the thing, man.
Where you going, nigga? Why you...
Yeah, where you going, nigga? Oh my god.
Why you leave? Oh shit. Oh goddamn.
So I was wondering if I could try something new.
Sure.
So I'm part of an East African religion, straight out of Ethiopia. Sukhan. Yeah.
Tell us more. You know what's crazy?
What's crazy?
I don't think this guy's Ethiopian at all.
No, he's part of a religion. Straight out of that
Is there anything that I get for breaking this?
And I was
No.
wondering if I could recite like a Sudanese prayer for you.
Jeez. Bro, little bro is wildin'. Bro, what?
I think he's trolling.
He's got to be trolling. He's got to be trolling. There's no way. There's no way. There's no way.
Jaylene, Jay. Yeah.
There's no way. He's trolling. Bro, he nexted her? Did he hit the button on her?
When you see the button, it's like, oh crap, I gotta press it.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
It was nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you too.
Wait, you pressed it because you couldn't help yourself?
I just really wanted to press it.
Even the button.
Bro is trolling. Yeah. Nah, bro's trolling. Bro's trolling, there's no way.
I hope so. wanted to press it.
I'm Isaiah.
Elena.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Isaiah has produced over 6 albums. Oh, he's a rapper.
Oh God.
Can you hear you rap a little something?
I don't know if I want to do the first bar is I'm a dickhead, and so
I'm kind of curious now.
oh God. Okay. I'm a
Bro,
dickhead.
he's about to do some
so
mystic.
great at not really choosing what I'm supposed to be and what I'm doing.
I am bi.
Okay.
It's more of a recent development. Like, I feel like I've always been this way, but not as.
That was a weird edit. Like, why should you just mention that while he was rapping?
That's really good. It's a great place for it. I just.
Nah. That's a violation, bro. She's talking about I'm bi and I've just never been able to express myself. Ever be
And you just hit the button on her?
But now I feel accepted. That's fantastic. Rejected. Accepted? Let's fix that, bitch. Nobody.
Emotional damage.
She's terrified of the lamp, bro. Look. Whoa. See, whoosh.
Oh shit, hold up. Ah! I need new skills. Oh, I can't. What's the name? Yeah, I need a new skill. I just don't know what to spend on, so like I wanted to wait. But actually, I think I'll be alright. I could probably do this with just a werewolf. If I can, I'm a fucking loser and a poser, so I should just delete the game anyway.
When I'm working, when I'm home, I spend so much time editing. It's nice to be able to just switch up the lights and feel completely different just based off of one click of the button. Even using the well-integrated app where you can change the lights based off whatever mood you're going through. The Galaxy Projector is a great way for you to change your room without having to change it too much, you feel me? This is your chance. Go to the link in the description below. Use the discount code ABBAPREACH and get 20% off. So take advantage. Don't waste any time. Click the link in the description below.
Anyone who just heard that verse has to go.
Well, fair enough.
Oh, yeah.
Nice to meet you too.
What are you two looking for right now in a relationship?
I'm mostly just trying to meet new people.
Cool.
And, if something develops, that's great. What about you?
I've had my time with like casual dating, and I'm ready to find something maybe a little more serious. Sorry. Have a good day. Skylar, Leaf. I like your flamingo shirt.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Does it glow in the dark?
Sometimes it does. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I like your haircut.
Thanks. It's kind of new, so I'm still like getting used to it.
It's cool.
Thank you.
Why did he next to her? It's like, I don't understand.
It's not that cool.
Can you?
Not a big Star Trek fan. Bye.
Yeah. Oh.
She do got that commander spot.
Oh my god. That was a good pull. That's a good comedic pull. I'm not gonna lie. He flamed the Shadow River. That's a good comedic pull.
Ashley, what are you looking for in a relationship?
I guess you could say I'm looking to like settle down with somebody, but like I'm going with the flow. I'm not in a rush to get.
Oh, okay. So I can
I
keep.
think I'm looking to.
I can keep dumping points into this while
has a term called
poison
relational
damage.
anarchy that I think is
Okay.
Fuck boy.
She wants to settle down. He's talking about
Anarchy in relation. Fuck
boy.
Anarchy sounds like a way of like, I think one day I might just want to walk out on my kids and wife. That's anarchy. I'm pretty sure being a deadbeat is anarchy.
Are you still
Hey, you know what? At least we're on it.
Let's try this.
Two people who want to reject each other, try to reject each other and fail. They gotta sit at the table. This is my kind of show.
Yes, I. Dang, I didn't catch up. No, it's good. It's nice meeting you. Yeah.
I'm scared. Oh, Christ.
It's 6 o'clock.
Uh-huh.
I don't have any more time. Everybody has to go home.
If you were to start a podcast, what would the theme be?
Maybe about like photography. I've been really into photography lately.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. What about you? What would the podcast be?
I read a lot.
Oh, okay.
A lot of smut.
A lot of
No.
No.
Yeah, we're gonna keep this one in the bank.
I'm fine.
Well, she's
with
about
that.
to tell you. I'm fine if she tells you. Me, because I don't know.
Because I don't know.
So it's just like very
It's like racy romance novels.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Only women can say and not look creepy.
Right. Right. That's 100% the thing that only women can say and not creepy. Imagine meeting a guy. First date. It's like, what do you like doing? He's like. He's like. I watch a lot of VR porn on my Oculus, and the girl's just like, oh, great, perfect, wonderful. Sounds fun. What's that? Oh, VR porn, you say? Like, what the fuck are you even talking about?
What's smut? Oh, very good novels. Automatically.
Sorry.
That's okay.
You seem really
I think
great.
we're just like different.
Okay, both of y'all don't.
I think we're just like different.
Don't try to. No, fuck that shit.
Renard.
Julie.
How's it going for you today?
Good.
Dude, I'm doing great, dude. I'm living my best life right now.
She's not into him either.
I'm like, this guy sounds exotic.
Okay, so wait a minute. Am I not losing, like, any spiritual power? Does this not have a cooldown?
Fucking race cars and spaceships
Oh.
behind you. I've done that on psychedelics before. Like you're talking.
That's what you see, really?
What?
When you on
Psychedelics?
So wait a minute.
I see a lot of things. I see a lot of things. I'm not getting into those. But
Can
I see
you
a lot.
Can you decipher what's real and what's not?
If I mentally focus, yes. But sometimes it's almost like your consciousness take a backseat and you're so caught up in
Oh, yeah. Okay, so this is all free.
You're not thinking. You're like, you don't have time to think. Yeah. That's what psychedelics feel like sometimes. It feels like my brain's melting into something else. So you asking me, do I know what's real? I'm like, if I focus, but then if I
True.
stop, I'm like, yeah, this is where we want to be, nigga. Back on
True.
the choo-choo train. That's all. I don't want to know. I don't want to know what's real. But yeah, if I have to, I will.
I'm hanging out with the boys in the back, you know. I get to talk to gorgeous women, and we're getting paid for this.
Yeah. You sound like a spokesperson.
He's having a good time. You don't like people having a good time?
No.
Bro, I'm having a good time. You're not having a good time? I'm having the best time with the boys. We out here talking on the camera, sharing our fucking thoughts, just having that cool little banter with the boys, with the people. You're not having a good time?
With
I'm having so
the
much fun.
bros.
Let's go. Let's get it. You watch it, smile. Yeah. All right.
What are the two of you looking for right now?
I definitely was someone that was ready to get married, but
I don't believe in marriage. So.
you don't believe in marriage?
No.
Why is that?
I just don't think it's necessary.
I just don't. Like that's always the answer.
Got some weird people. The people they be bringing on these shows are fucking weird.
It's never a legitimate answer. It's always just something like, I don't think it's necessary. It's just a piece of paper. Why does the state need to get involved with my marriage? Just like,
get him the fuck up out of here.
That's like a kombucha way to say fuck boy.
Yeah.
what a lazy answer. It's not even that it's a bad answer per se, but it's a lazy answer. If you're not gonna get married, then just say why you don't want to get married. Just give a reason. I don't want to get married because I don't want to be connected to another person for the rest of my life. Boom, there's a reason. I do want to get married. I'm not saying that you have to want to get married, but
This sound like one of them.
come on now.
Tribal ho-tap, no-tap type things. I could be wrong. Someone might educate me. But as far as I know, Ethiopia got a lot of major religions, and I never heard of Sukan on that list. But you know, the thing with African tribalism is that
Oh, nice. You can evade.
So you could probably.
Oh, okay. So that's what that was.
The thing that happened is that if it's not a major religion, how do you, out of Seattle, like, yeah, I practice it. It's like, you know, that's kind of weird where it's something so niche to one part of a country and they have that relation because of their environment and stuff like that. And you decide, out of, like, on the other side of the world to practice it.
Ooh. It feels like some dude in Russia was like, I'm a Navajo. It's like,
what? No, you're not Navajo.
No, you're not. You are not a Navajo.
You're not a Navajo. Navajo, maybe, but not Navajo.
Yeah.
Navajo.
You got Ras Rastafarians, we got Jewish people, we
Yeah.
got Protestants, we got Orthodox,
Orthodox.
we got a large population of Muslims, we got Jews in the north, we got everything. I never heard of no Sukan, but someone might educate me. Again, there's so many different tribes, you never know. But
Damn, he's getting bopped. He's not even ready. Look at him. This is what Diablo 4 has to offer for bosses?
To know, and I don't know exactly how this stuff gets done. All I know is that I want it done. If you are approaching life from that mindset, there's not going to be any amount of explaining that a man's going to be able to do to tell you, listen, Linda, listen, Linda. I'm not going to be able to cupcake with you all day. I can't. And
I don't know what this
because
is.
women don't think about the support that you gotta give a man like that. They think they supposed to be able to sit around and wait on his money. It's so many different aspects because they think a man with money is supposed to spend money on them rather than invest money in them, which is something different. That's why they want the $300, the 5-star, the Michelin first date. You want him to spend money on you. I want the guy that's going to invest it in me, that's going to see the potential and say, you know what, this is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do for you. It might not even be tangible money, but it'll be something that actually
Let's go.
They don't think about the support, because if you thought about the support that you would have to give a man like that, you would know that you got something to do. And you going to be busy right along with him.
Yeah.
And he going to have you ripping and running and doing, because if you want that kind of man, you going to work for him.
Yeah.
You're going to, listen, there's a reason why I call them lionesses. Lionesses do what? We
you're right.
hunt
Absolutely
for
correct.
the lion. We go get it for him.
Yeah.
We go get the gazelle and the wildebeest. We go get it. If it's a bigger prey and we need him to come help us out, he'll come help us out. But if we chasing Thompson gazelles across the plain, I'm expected to go get that.
True. True. Is Destiny live on Kick? Is that what's going on? I'm going to sensationalize this title a little bit.
One of them is known as the theta parameter. Experimentally, it's been found to be 0 or so small it's indistinguishable.
Yeah, 10K.
2009,
That's what it
Matthew
says.
McNally and Joey Miller robbed a home in Iowa using masks drawn onto their faces with permanent black marker. Whilst on the run, the two discovered that permanent black marker doesn't rub off easily, leading to
Huh. Are you fucking kidding me? No way. No way, you're lying. No shot. No shot. Alright, there we go.
to their simple arrest and embarrassingly stupid. In 2009, Matthew McNally and Joey Miller robbed a home in Iowa using masks drawn onto their faces with permanent black marker. Whilst on the run, the two discovered that permanent black marker doesn't rub off easily, leading to their simple arrest and embarrassingly stupid mugshots. However, these two still look like geniuses in comparison to some of the other idiots we'll be talking about as we discuss the stupidest criminals of all time.
Sonny V2's so good.
Who robbed
Sonny V2 is so good at the hook. Like, you title a video Stupidest Criminals of All Time, and then you start with something like that. Actually, that could be the end of a Stupidest Criminals video, right? If you're a really good storyteller, you could tell the story of the bandits that drew on their faces with fucking permanent marker. You know what I mean? You can tell that story, but to start your video off with that, that's why Sonny V2, that's why his channel does so good. He's so good at that
in
hook.
broad daylight, as he thought that pouring lemon juice on his face would make him invisible to cameras. When shown the bank surveillance footage, Wheeler refused to believe that he was
Schizo.
visible, stating to officers, "But I wore the juice," believing that as long as he didn't come near a heat source, he should have been completely invisible. Police concluded that Wheeler was not crazy or on drugs, just incredibly mistaken, with the lemon juice mistake eventually costing Wheeler a 24.5-year prison sentence. However, if we're on the topic of terrible disguises, then we can't go past Dennis Hawkins, whose disguise as an old lady wasn't much better. His sweater accompanied fake boobs, a full beard, and fittingly clown pants, with this insanely recognizable outfit helping police to catch Hawkins only an hour after the robbery. The police chief for the
Idiot.
area stated, "He would get my nomination for dumbest criminal, I think. You still have his black facial hair with a blondish wig. Definitely different." Different is also a good way to describe Patrick McGuire's disguise, who robbed an Illinois convenience store while covering his face with a clear plastic bag. He was only able to obtain $60 from the robbery. However, due to his extensive criminal history, he was sentenced to 15 years in prison for the stunt, meaning that he had to spend 1 year in prison for every $4 stolen from the store. Talk about a bad return. Equally bad was Paul Sinclair's, who attempted to rob a bank in Florida by using his fingers curled up into a gun shape. The quote-unquote weapon was so non-threatening that the bank teller gave him only $120, after which he'd flee on foot before being caught by police only 10 minutes later. Then there was James Blankenship, who thought that robbery was legal as long as you did it at a certain time of day. Back in 2013, Blankenship broke into his own mother's home, after which the police were called, who would take to their Facebook page later that day to explain what had happened. He fled the scene upon seeing his mother.
He's
The man
talking
was
so
located
fast,
under the
too.
house, hiding in a crawl space. When advised of his charges, he made the statement, "I thought you could only be charged with burglary if you break in during the night time." Blankenship was given 180 days in jail and ordered to pay a $100 fine. Yet this wasn't the only time when a person was dumb enough to think
Oh
that
my
it applied to
God.
them. Because when Ruben Pavin was caught stealing from
Wait
a
a
charity
minute.
thrift shop in New Hampshire, he'd state that he thought everything was free because of the name of the business, Finders Keepers. The sign did say Finders Keepers, so I took that DVD player, took it home, Pavin told the local TV station.
By the light, you are heaven sent. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh my god. He said, I thought the name of the business was Finders. I saw the name of the business was Finders Keepers, so I thought I could keep the DVD player.
A couple of weeks later, the
Can't
stuff
argue
is
with
still
that.
on the porch. So I'm thinking to myself, finders keepers. They probably just put stuff out there for people to take. The business responded via Facebook stating, "This man who was caught on video is saying it is all a misunderstanding. He thought everything at our store was free. Is that really the best defense he could come up with?" After which Pavan reportedly turned in the stolen goods to police, holding that he's not a bad person or a bad dad, and is rather just unbelievably stupid. But was he as dumb as Derek Mosley, who in 2013 attempted to rob a store named Discount Gun Sales by using a baseball bat? When Mosley allegedly barged into Discount Gun Sales and smashed a display counter with his baseball bat, the store manager simply pulled out his own personal firearm and pointed it straight at the would-be robber, holding Mosley in the store until he was arrested and charged with first-degree robbery. A similar story then came out of Texas in July 2022 when a gun store was robbed at knife point, although this tale instead ended in a body bag as the robber was fatally shot by the store owner as he tried to exit with his loot. But what happens when you accidentally call 911 whilst committing a crime? Pocket dialing the police is probably a fairly common occurrence. However, for Carson Reinhardt and Nathan Teklemariam, it happened at the most unfortunate moment, specifically while they were breaking into a car. The alert dispatcher soon realized that the call was an accidental one, and moreover that the guys on the other end might be up to no good. For the next 35 minutes, the dispatcher stayed on the line, listening and gathering information, as Teklemariam and Reinhardt did the following: discovered a car that they thought they could burglarize, discussed how to break into the car, allegedly broke into the car, exclaimed in delight over finding narcotics in the car, became confused as to how and why a police car was following them, and reacted in disbelief when the arresting officer revealed that they'd been on the line to 911 the entire time. Scott Simon found himself in a similar situation, although under much more severe circumstances. Whilst on trial for murder in 2015, Scott was successfully sentenced to life in prison.
I feel like I just
2
missed
years
like 2
prior, he
criminals.
pocket dialed the police while admitting to a friend that he was the one who committed the crime. He had no idea he called 911, a sheriff's office spokeswoman told the Miami Herald. He basically told on himself, as did Albert Bailey, although in a much stupider way. Bailey had planned on robbing a bank in Fairfield, Connecticut, although rather than exercising the element of surprise, he'd call the bank prior to the robbery stating, "I want $100,000 in large bills and no die packs. I'll be sending someone into the bank to get the money. Don't call the police, we are monitoring the police scanner." Prior to making this phone call, Bailey had already served 7 years in prison for a previous bank robbery. However, this new plan was equally ineffective, as after arriving at the bank to collect his cash, Bailey was locked inside, arrested, and sentenced to another 9 years in prison. Although, if he wanted to avoid this time behind bars, he could have had a chat with Tito and Amanda Watts, who got arrested in Florida for selling tickets to enter heaven at a price of $100. Tito Watts said in his police statement, "I don't care what the police say. The tickets are solid gold, and it was Jesus who gave them to me behind the KFC and said to sell them so I could get me some money to go to outer space. You should arrest Jesus because he's the one who gave me the golden tickets and said to sell them. I'm willing to wear a wire and set Jesus up." The couple had apparently earned over $10,000 from the stunt, meaning that they were able to find people even dumber than them, one of which might have been Ruben Zarate. While attempting to rob a muffler shop in 2008, Zarate was told that the shop couldn't access the money safe without their manager, who didn't begin his shift until later that afternoon. Instead of bailing on the robbery, Zarate instead gave them his phone number, asking them to give him a ring the next time the manager was in. He did so later that afternoon, although after returning to the store, Zarate received no money and was instead met by police and charged with aggravated robbery. Then there was the man who gave the people he was robbing something even stupider. The unnamed robber walked into a London bank carrying a gun and a bag, which he'd take to the front desk before demanding £700,000 in cash from the bank worker. But after making his demands, the crook handed over his gun to the cashier instead of the bag. Investigating authorities stated, "The guess is that he is very inexperienced and panicked when he approached the cashier, handing over his gun instead of a bag by mistake." But it was Trevor Jones who left an even more damning piece of evidence at his crime scene. After breaking
Anxiety's
into
a
a house
bitch.
in Atlanta, Jones took a moment to check his Facebook on the owner's computer before leaving without logging out. Less than 3 years later, a similar story entered news headlines, reading, "A 26-year-old Minnesota man has been tracked down by police after leaving his Facebook profile
Oh my
at a house he
God.
allegedly robbed," although this story has a much funnier ending. The homeowner decided to message the robber via his Facebook, stating, "You left a few things at my house last night, how can I get them back to you?" which was followed by the robber agreeing to come back to the home so he could collect the stuff he forgot. However, the robber didn't get any of his items back and was instead arrested while still still wearing a watch that he'd stolen from the night before. While both of these idiots used social media poorly, at least they didn't brag about the robbery in a YouTube video, as is what happened in the bizarre case of Hannah Sabata. In 2012, at the age of 19, Sabata stole $6,000 from a bank in Nebraska, and while almost anybody else would have simply kept quiet, Hannah instead took to her YouTube channel Jelly Beanie to upload a video titled Chick Bank Robber, in which she'd straight up admit to having just committed a robbery. She'd then discuss her entire methodology for the crime, while showing the money and the amount that had been stolen, before concluding the video by describing the vehicle she had used and that it had its license plates removed. This information eventually resulted in Hannah Sabata's arrest and sentencing of 10 to 20 years prison, done so in a public courtroom filled to maximum capacity with people who had seen the video. Just 2 years prior to this, 21-year-old Frank Singleton was being released from Palm Beach County Jail, having just served time for a trespassing charge. The only issue was he didn't have a car to leave the jail, so he decided to steal one from the visitors' parking lot.
It's cool they're like stepping up the story and stuff with Diablo 2 or Diablo 4, but I don't really care about it right now.
Looking like an idiot before being arrested and sentenced to a further 6 years in prison, telling deputies that he tried to take the car because he didn't feel like walking to his home about 6 miles away. And while you may be sat here thinking that these criminals can't get any dumber, it's time to introduce 53-year-old Michael Anthony Fuller. While it's common knowledge that the US banknote doesn't go any higher than $100, Fuller had the genius idea to create a counterfeit $1 million note before trying to use it at his local Walmart. He loaded his cart with a vacuum cleaner, a microwave, and various other items totaling $472 before handing the $1 million note to the cashier, expecting $999,528 in change. Needless to say, Walmart wasn't able to facilitate this, and instead store staff called police. Fuller was later charged with attempting to obtain property by
I feel like that shouldn't even be a crime.
Instrument.
Many of you watching are likely familiar with the phrase terminally online. It's a sort of tongue-in-cheek description that's used to describe individuals with unhealthy addictions to internet forums, Discord, Reddit, and
Ooh, how long have we been going so far? Hour and a half. I'm just so hungry.
And hedonistic online activities. But let's get one thing straight though. Online terminality, it operates in a spectrum. You've got your least serious cases, such as that one guy that's always always parked in that Discord.
God damn. I was so hungry, sorry. I like was eating while I was cooking, so but alright, back. Let's see. What is this video? What's this? The internet's terminally online creeps. Alright, yeah, cool. Let's watch this.
To the more serious cases where the internet addicted are engaging in potential criminal activity and ruining their lives and the lives of others. From a man killing his family over a cam girl obsession to an internet creep jailed for stalking a RuneScape YouTuber to an incel forum user busted for planning a sorority shooting, these are the internet's most terminally online. Today's video is sponsored by Cook Unity. Cook Unity offers batches of gourmet meals prepared by the United States' best restaurants and chefs and ships them right to your front door. Each Cook Unity meal is prepared in a regional micro kitchen and are shipped at the peak of freshness. Fresh, never frozen, all you have to do is literally heat it up in the oven or the microwave. Their chefs prepare each dish with real ingredients, nothing artificial, with humanely raised meat and organic ingredients when possible. Cook Unity chefs offer a wide range of meals, with over 7 different dietary preference filters, including vegan, paleo, and gluten-free options. And with that said, let's take a gander at what's on the Wavy Web Surf Cook Unity menu tonight. So first off, we got these spicy chicken tenders with truffle roasted potatoes prepared by Chef Ruben Garcia.
Okay, well, I mean,
these tenders
there's literally nothing down
the
here.
breading's got a nice little spicy kick to it, just overall scrumptious. Next up, we got the Italian
Is that Hello Fresh?
ragu with zucchini noodles by Andres Mendez. Hands down, this is the most delicious meat sauce I think I've ever had, like honestly. Paired with the veggie zucchini noodles, this makes for a delicious, hearty, yet fresh twist on an Italian classic. And last but not least, we've got the short rib chili Colorado by Chef Hugh Aitchison. To say this short rib is tender is an understatement. It melts in the mouth. One might even call it succulent. Perfectly accented by the smoky chili Colorado fixins,
Perfectly
this dish is
accented.
a must-try for fans of Southwest cuisine. To think these are meals that you literally picked up off your front porch and heated up, it almost seems too good to be true. By now, I know you guys are hungry, so let me hook you up. You guys can go to cookunity.com/wavywebsurf or click the link below and use code WavyWebSurf50 to get 50% off your first order of Cook Unity meals. Big thanks to Cook Unity for sponsoring and Bone Apple Tea. In many incel circles, Elliot Rodger is considered a legendary figure. There have been many incel that have aspired to go out with a bang like Rodger did, wanting to commit some heinous act of revenge on society for allowing them to be involuntarily celibate men. One such terminally online incel inspired by Elliot Rodger was Ohio man Trey Jenko. Approximately 21 years old at the time of this story taking place, Trey was a young man utterly incapable of finding romantic partnership. Disgruntled with his circumstances, Trey often spent hours browsing through online forums like Reddit, commiserating with other men struggling with female companionship, with him and others lamenting the transgressions they had been dealt by the opposite sex throughout their lives. Trey's online journey into the incel rabbit hole eventually led him to more notorious communities like incels.is. On one popular incel forum, Jenko had a profile where he authored hundreds of posts, many of which described disturbing acts that Trey had committed in real life against women. In one post, Trey describes an instance where he filled up a water gun with orange juice and sprayed a random couple with it in public, hit and run style. Those familiar with incel lore know that
what a fucking loser.
Spraying was something that Elliot Rodger had done shortly before his killing spree. Trey, who idolized Elliot, perpetrated this orange juice act on Rodger's birthday in celebration of the incel killer. On a forum, he stated that perpetrating the assault felt empowering. Quote, I put some orange juice in a
it's
water
nuts.
gun. I was planning to spray some foids and couples like Elliot Rodger did. When I finally did do it, it was Elliot Rodger's birthday, and I didn't even know that. It felt like
Dude,
I was
imagine being so
spiritually
like
connected to the saint on that day. I drove up to them saying hi that day.
fucking
and they
weird.
Didn't even look up.
I don't even
They
know if
just
I
went,
can keep watching this,
so
dude.
they got sprayed in the
This is gonna be funny, like memes.
to all incels. Extremely empowering action.
Yikes.
Much like his incel hero, Trey would allegedly author a sort of incel manifesto, a document detailing his many frustrations with being an involuntarily celibate man. This manifesto was published online and was titled A Hideous Symphony, a Manifesto by Trey Genko. In this manifesto, the author describes how he intended to slaughter women in order to get revenge on them for not having sex with him. He refers to death as being the great equalizer. He also alludes to murderous plans he had created. The loose details of this plan involving Trey getting military training and then once prepared going on a mass murder spree against women. College sorority girls in Ohio, to be particular. Quote, I would hope these words resonate in sweet familiarity to fellow incels, either cognizant of their situation or not. I am already set up to go...
This is wild.
That's been criticized a lot. Like sometimes citations are a better example, and there's all sorts of, you know, discourse on that. So I wouldn't necessarily criticize Ayla for like not having peer-reviewed data. I think if she's presenting her surveys and the raw data and her analysis, I think that's great. So
Okay,
that
but
could
yeah,
be
but
like
you
an
haven't-
example of a rule.
Sure, that could be an example, but then I feel like we
Right.
just need one. I need one. Otherwise, it's like, what is the point of this whole conversation, right? I think that's the issue, because it's the issue that she runs into is it's always people like bringing stuff up like this. We're like, well, it could be this, or it could be that, or it could be. It's like, okay, well, is it? Like, is there something that is there an example? So, for instance, this would be like really powerful. Is there an example of a rule that she's broken that she shouldn't have broken, or is there an example of her saying like, I don't like to follow this particular standard that she should be following? That would be like, and then once you say that, it's like, okay, cool, like that's a good example of something. But
I think it's the representativeness is the big one, right? That everyone talks about.
yeah, but we all know you don't necessarily need a representative sample, right? You can control you can control away, or you can weight or adjust results based on that. And also,
But also, there are ways for her to get a representative sample. For example, if
How?
she conducted her surveys differently. I know that there
wait,
have
but
been some
conducting them
studies.
how?
So there's been some studies that have had success using like targeted advertisement. So they actually like have a lot more data from where they're putting out the survey to, and it's not just like on a Twitter or something, but you'll actually put it through like Facebook ads. You can get like a much bigger net that way that is not necessarily tailored to your followers. So that would be like one example of like a small thing she could do that might make her studies a lot more robust. Now, I'm not saying that like she can't have any interesting findings if she doesn't do that, but if she were to, you know, try different survey methods, that could be an option that creates more representative samples.
I guess it could, but I feel like again you can run into like all of these issues in terms of like where in terms of where your ads are drawing from, because she already cross-posts to places like Facebook and shit anyway. No.
Well, is she cross-posting on like her account, or is it actually like?
I think she asks other people to post for her.
Yeah, that's also an issue. Because the kind of people who post it are going to be a certain type of person. I know that.
Yeah, I don't
specifically with
necessarily
trans
disagree with
studies-
this, but like the kind of person that does anything is gonna always. It's like none of this is gonna be.
Yeah, this is a
perfect.
worthless
Like, all of this is gonna
argument.
Be like fucked, right?
There's always going to be some kind of conflict of
But
interest
there are
when you're
methods
doing a
that
big, large
you know,
data
post
collection
over
like
less
this.
posts.
You should argue with her over it. You should debate her on it.
Okay. I don't know. So like, I would love to talk to her about it, but I'm kind of coming into it like halfway through because I don't
Marked
know.
traversals through marked
exactly what
area.
some
Oh,
people are
okay. I
angry
see what they're
about.
talking about.
I just know that like, yeah, rules tend to be there for a reason, and a lot of times when we have rules, they exist because it's so easy to justify breaking them.
Wait, okay, let's skip all this. We know this, obviously. Obviously. Rules exist for a reason. Convention exists for a reason. People can justify breaking any rule if they want to get a certain type of result. That's obvious. Obviously, right?
Yeah, I have this issue with like utilitarians and stuff too. It's just like results first, backward thinking that tends to result in some pretty bad stuff.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go drag Ayla into this, and it's gonna be Death Arena time.
Okay, Death Arena
I need a
time.
drink. Hold on 1 second.
I'll go
Oh,
get some
cool.
water
We
as
get a
well.
debate. Coolio. Just trapped in the trap. Didn't make it far. Whoever something these creatures nowhere in sight. Alright, so if duh. I guess he's over this way. Is the map not randomized anymore? I would assume, yeah. Just follow the road. Alright, what's going on with this skull? This Scully boy. Scully boy. Looks really good, man. I'll give it that. This shit looks really good.
Ooh, hold on.
Where am I supposed to go? Oh, I gotta go up. Gotta go up, 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 up.
Don't yawn. Wake the fuck up. It's battle time.
Battle time.
Hello?
Ayla, hello.
Hello.
Oh my god.
So Ayla, if you want to fill me in, a lot of people are having, quote unquote discourse about war studies and how valid they are scientifically. One of the criticisms that I think people bring up to you is this issue of representativeness, whether or not your surveys actually represent the general population. I know that one of the ways you can account for this is weighting, right? So if you know more or less how it's biased, you can weight it in different ways. What's your process for that?
Yeah, at the moment, I am not weighting it because I want to be very careful before I apply any manipulations to the data until I'm I know very thoroughly what I'm doing. So in lieu of that, I'm saying exactly the populations that I'm measuring and not claiming to represent populations beyond that.
Okay.
Right.
Amazing,
And that's,
right? Because this is kind of my point. I agree with you. I think this is a good strategy because you're just being very transparent and honest about the issues. And if you weight things wrongly, that's very easy to do. If you, for example, don't know what direction your study is biased in. If you knew that, you could weight it in good ways. But also, like, I think that if you're not choosing to weight your survey, it is not representative, right? And you're not even claiming it to be, right?
Well, I think like generally there's like levels of confidence you can claim about representation, and it depends on the kind of thing that you're surveying. Like for example, if you're surveying like the correlation between height and weight, it's like pretty easy to check for me whether or not this is like representative. It's like kind of obvious because this is very straightforward. Whereas there's like other things that might be confounded, especially through the kind of people who follow me. Like for example, I'm a sex worker, right? So anything like regarding like maybe sex and liberal views, like are you polyamorous and are you happy? Like these things I think are a little bit more susceptible. I think people have done like studies to see the kind of like reliability you have on convenience samples, and it seems to like correlate like support this. Like the more biased it is, or like the more it correlates with the kind of population you're sampling, then the less you can trust it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. You understand like why people are a little bit like nervous about some of your studies, right? And why people don't want to necessarily take them at face value, because of your willingness to just like present the raw data and be very, I think you're pretty careful, frankly, with the conclusions that you come to. Like you said, they're pretty limited to the scope of the survey and the
I'll tell you what though, my character
with
looks
your
cool
styles.
as hell, dude.
However, I think that like people are also on the other side. It is legitimate then to look at those limitations and then be like, this is cool, but I'm not necessarily going to take this as having the same kind of meaning as a study that has accounted already for these limitations.
Well, I don't think that anybody is like looking at. I don't think that anybody's looking at Ayla's studies like that. If you don't know this chick Ayla, she does a lot of like she basically just does a bunch of surveys online and asks people a bunch of really weird questions like I don't know, what is your favorite like sexual position? And then she like tallies it up and she's just like, hey, of this many people surveyed across these different platforms, these people like X, Y, and Z, and these people like X, Y, and Z. That's literally all that is. Like she's not like I don't know, she's not like doing like cancer research or anything like that. Like it's just like it's like it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's all fun bullshit. But what it is doing is, you know, it's almost in a way, it is still valid science on a micro scale, because at the end of the day, you know, your study is only as good as many people as you can get it. As she continues to do it, as she grows out her infrastructure, as she begins to build and build and build and build and build on it, and build on this research that she's collecting, she'll be able to get even better and more accurate results. Like that's how things like this start. So I don't understand why people are freaking out about it, but whatever. What's going on? Oh, it's frozen. Let me refresh.
Of ways
Right.
that would be pretty
Here we
easy
go.
to implement, that would make these things therefore fit within the rules. I wouldn't necessarily give like a major critique, certainly not of you as a person, or of necessarily the study,
Do it.
if there's like a grammar issue. But I do think that like it would help if you did follow some of these rules, if for no other reason, just because you probably could get published if you made these small changes. And in the case of representativeness, they might actually have a pretty meaningful positive impact on the work.
I feel like a little bit mixed feelings about this. Like one, I think a lot of these rules sort of are bad for science. One example I gave in one of the comments is that I use the term internet survey, and somebody else was critiquing me doing internet surveys, and then went on to publish a or to talk about to cite a study that was done using an internet survey, but they didn't know
Hmm.
it was an internet survey because they used the term convenience sample. And I think a lot of like published studies use terminology
Right,
that is
like that's
completely
the thing. Like a lot of public
not
studies
appropriate
are
enough for the
just
general
like
population.
gotten
And
off
in
of
this case,
Facebook. It's like
this
the
is like
same thing with
one
like
example of
modern
where
news channels.
I don't want to sacrifice interpretability in order to get published. I would rather keep things like informal and direct. Like anybody can sit down and like run a
Oh
survey and publish their own
no!
data and be like, "This I studied this population. This is what they said."
So
And I think
there's
that this
no
is
rules
important to me.
against saying there's an internet survey. Like you can say that. There are lots of studies that do make it clear that they found their data through internet surveys or through internet advertising. I think that if you use convenience sample, that's just, maybe that's like technical jargon. Personally, I wouldn't even know that. I wouldn't automatically assume that that was an internet survey. So that is like a limitation of me as a layman as well. But I've also read plenty of
Like,
other
how do I get
that
my
are
other
very
skill
clear.
slots
And I think
open?
that like I can't imagine that you're like not being published because you're breaking the rule of like mentioning things are internet surveys.
So I'm not actually clear. Like a lot of my interpretation, like understanding of how this works, is by talking to academic friends. I have never actually tried to get published myself. It's possible that I could break a lot of like the norms of academic publishing, and they would still publish me. But like the impression I've got from talking to academics when I'm like, oh, maybe I should try and publish some of my findings, is they kind of wince and be like, I'm not sure that they would let you,
Yeah.
due to things like things that are kind of stupid, like you didn't use the correct verbiage in the consent form at the beginning of the survey, like stuff like that.
Yeah, I would assume there's a ton of like
Yeah, I mean,
little
I think that
tiny
if there's
things that you
small
got to
things
worry
like
about like that.
your tweet can really just be like, there are certain grammar expectations for certain publications. But as far as I'm aware, there is nothing in academic journals that says like it is a rule that you can't mention that you had an internet survey or you have to refer to it as a convenience sample. That maybe there is like a very specific journal that like says that you must refer to internet surveys as a specific terminology. If that's the case, you can like read the journal's requirements and just like update your language for it. But I don't know if that is like that isn't a rule in the broader scientific community that I think is like worth really railing against. Maybe there are other rules though that you like. There's some of the
This
grammar
might
stuff
update
maybe.
me. Like if it is true that like the reason a lot of studies are written the way that they are is not because you have to do that in order to get published, but rather because people are kind of just doing that because I don't know, they suck at communicating, uh then I would be mistaken, and then I think I would update my view here. But I was under the impression that like you had to adhere to certain types of communication in order to get published, like based on me just reading surveys and like published studies and them having a bunch of things in common that I find to be not great.
Yeah, so I mean, it's going to depend on the thing. So you mentioned like
Same
ethics and
thing.
having consent forms and whatnot. I'm going to guess that the
I think
languaging
I feel like I
there
picked
needs
up
to be
one more
pretty
one Lucky
precise
Strider's
as far
hand
as what you're
ups
doing,
maybe.
because there's ethical concerns about making sure people know how the survey is going to work, how the data is going to be used, and
No,
whatnot.
I actually think
I
it was
think
an
that those ethical concerns
X.
are, I think they're
Yeah,
legitimate,
but
quite
whatever.
frankly. But I also
Figured
think
out when
that
I
you probably most people will like get what you're getting at, especially if you're using like more natural language. But you also have to understand that like these publications,
When do I
they
unlock
are
fast
taking on
travel? Like I
liability
gotta
when
sell some
publishing
crap, dude.
material that you've surveyed. And in order for them to be comfortable taking on that liability, there are certain like guidelines that they have to, uphold by, that they have to stand by. I think that that's like pretty legitimate. I also think that
Again, I don't understand why Tafaj is telling her this because, like she said earlier, she's never even tried to get published on her own.
spacing, that's something that like probably varies from journal to journal and is not the biggest deal to me. I don't know if I would phrase that as like a rule of science necessarily. So I do think that like when you go on Twitter and you phrase things a certain way, it is legitimate for people to get like a little bit nervous if you're saying like, I'm willing to break all of these rules. If the rules that you're talking about are like very minor, that's another thing. But if they're major, that is something to be a little bit concerned about.
But I specified that I'm willing to break rules that are getting in the way of truth finding.
Okay, but
That's a very precise definition, in which I was very clear about in my tweets.
I disagree
Uh-oh.
that that's a precise definition. And the
Uh-oh.
reason I disagree is because different people will have different ideas about what is going to stand in the way of truth finding. And listen, you may be perfect, right? Like, and you're never going to introduce bias or issues here. But I think in general, the scientific community and the rules that people place on publications, they exist because we don't want to trust every individual to decide for themselves what is going to be in service of truth finding, because that results in some people engaging in bad behaviors. Again, I'm not going to say you're doing that. I haven't seen evidence of you doing that, but I do think it's reasonable for people to get a little bit nervous if they hear that that is your way of thinking, especially because even if nothing bad is happening now, that methodology could lead to something bad in the future.
I guess so. I'm like surprised that like my tweets resulted in this. Like in my view, people are just sort of finding like the worst possible interpretation. But also there's this thing where like
Yeah, that's what
I
I
do
think.
wonder to what degree academics are biased because they went through like a very costly and time-consuming process, where they had to learn a bunch of like ritualistic behaviors, and so are like a little bit biased against people doing some sort of challenging to the status quo. And to be clear, I think there's absolutely this thing where like people are like, hey, you know what, academics are biased. It's like the liberal establishment, and then they like distrust all of science and think that they can like
Holy
do their own
sh!
research and then are quite bad at it. Like I think that this is a real thing, and it's like makes sense to try to be guarding against this thing. Um, but I think I'm like quite far from that. Like if you like read any one of the
Wait
things
a
that I've
minute.
published, I think it's pretty obvious that I'm quite far from that. Um,
Oh, wow. So now I'm finally in the main hub, I guess.
Is that you're pretty transparent
Okay.
both with the data you collect and the limitations of what you have. So I think that if you're doing that, to some extent, if people are taking your surveys as gospel or as like representative of the whole population before you've even begun like the weighting process to account for any kind of bias, to some extent I think that is on them. And there is this like scientific communication thing where you're being like very transparent in your communication in a way that frankly sometimes journals are not. So like I've debated the trans stuff a lot, and sometimes they will reference like, oh, I got this from an internet survey, and then you'll go to like the survey makers, you'll read the report, and at the very end they'll say like in one paragraph like this is not representative, but that's not mentioned at all in the actual publication that is peer reviewed and on a journal. That's a really big problem for me, and that is like arguably worse than what you're doing here, even though it exists within like general science. So I think to some extent like, the rules could be stricter in some ways, and also you're not necessarily breaking rules here when you're being very clear. In fact, like you are exceeding the rules expected by some publications.
Right.
I think I have to like commend you for that.
Like my thing is that like if you actually want to finding, you should probably place stricter rules
Like,
in
what is
place
the
for
point of this
transparency, which
conversation?
journals are not doing. Like in some ways, I think like journals are failing to be actually interested in finding truth, by having a lack of rules, and in other places they have an excess of rules.
That seems right to me. Is there an example you can think of where journals are like systematically failing in this way?
Oh, I can think of an example.
Yeah, go, Stephen.
Well, actually, well, I don't know why. I'm sure there's a reason. Why is it that for a lot of data, or for a lot of peer-reviewed journals, why don't you ever have to make the raw data publicly available? I can understand in terms of like proprietary research maybe, but other than that, is there a reason? Is there a good reason for that? Like I would imagine for almost every social science thing, it'd probably be advantageous for us to have availability of raw data. In fact, for some of the really big ivermectin studies, availability of the raw data was how people were able to invalidate how bullshit a lot of the studies were, because you could use like pretty crude algorithms to figure out that a lot of the data entry was bogus. Like some of the copy pasted medical like fields, it made it obvious that there was like a lot of duplicated entries and shit to try to get a certain result.
What's going on?
Yeah, I'm not
Oh,
sure.
I have to
think
confirm
that
it.
to some extent it might just be like
Okay.
a concision thing. I know that if you email the publishers or the actual like authors of the study, a lot of times they will give you raw data. So I follow like some people's Substacks who will like review studies, and one of the ways they do that is by like asking authors for raw data. And whenever the authors are like unwilling to provide it, that is kind of like, it's a little bit sketchy. but I don't think that like they
Just
have
constructing.
necessarily an obligation to. I think the expectation is that like this raw data is being already reviewed.
Yeah, as part of the
and
peer review process, but
legitimized.
like
Right.
realistically, like I don't know, it seems like it'd be better to make it available. Like why not?
Yeah, I think I tend to agree, especially on that one. Especially because the peer reviewed process can be so flawed. And a lot of
All right.
times you will get studies that are, you know, quote unquote peer reviewed, but it turns out that the peer review was just not very rigorous at all.
There's also this thing where I feel like selection bias is applied as a criticism, like not super intelligently. Like I agree that it's super nuanced, it's very important, and there are lots of like very clear examples where certain subpopulations are not representative of larger ones. But there's this thing where it's like if you find like a correlation, if like you know, for example, let's say I survey a bunch of people on TikTok and I
Oh
find out people
wow!
who have like this very
Holy
specific childhood experience end up being really interested in foot fetishes. It feels to me that like there's kind of a
wow!
like what kind of world would we be in
I
which
had
this
no idea this
correlation
is going to
only
be
exists
this
in a
big.
subpopulation and not a larger population? Like there's like it's
Oh,
possible
that's
for
going
there
to
to
be
be
progressing
correlations
this
that
version of the
exist where it
game.
would feel
Oh,
stranger to
okay,
me
yeah.
for them to be limited to a subpopulation.
That's the whole map.
Does this make sense? Am I explaining myself right?
Yeah, I think you are.
That's the whole map. Okay,
I
so
would say
I can.
for stuff like that, I think this is the scary part where certain biases could creep in and obfuscate in very, very, very strange ways.
Oh, but I can do.
That would make it hard. So, for instance, like, I'm gonna stretch really hard here, but like, let's say that like 65% of TikTok downloads are actually driven by like a specific subset of programs on Nickelodeon that happen to have like a lot of creators that do like a lot of beach scenes where they have their feet out, and that's like a big driver to like developing foot fetishes or whatever. You might end up showing that like, oh, well, I've got a pretty strange correlation that people with some set of childhood experiences like early access to the internet have developed like these particular things, but in reality it's because the driver to that platform that was being surveyed is actually what was causing it. Like that's like an example, and I'm sure there are a lot of like other weird like sneaky kind of like correlated things that can drive different population groups to having like different things. It maybe would be hard to just even fathom initially. Yeah.
I agree that like this is a thing that we should be pretty careful in, and like we shouldn't make strong claims based on this. But I'm saying if we have a correlation, we can lay out a bunch of hypotheses. Like maybe have like all the downloads are driven by like people who have their feet out, or like maybe we're like having this weird selection effect.
wow.
But like often when it comes to like a specific correlation, and I lay out all of the possibilities that could cause this, most of them seem relatively unlikely.
Sure.
And if they were the case, that would be really fascinating. Like I'm like, oh, dude, wait, TikTok is being driven by like people who have their feet out. Like this in itself would be like a really interesting novel like conclusion.
Right, and I think that that's all that it is. It's not like to be like scientific. The girl's just curious and like I don't know, maybe like autistic or something. She just likes numbers. She's just curious. Oh, hey, does people having foot fetishes really drive TikTok downloads? Let me find out. And that's literally
going
it.
to be less sexually satisfied in their relationships and less more likely to cheat. This seems like kind of an obvious thing. Like we could kind of check that. But this is like a very clear, like, okay, this seems like a likely hypothesis to me. But most of the other ones, like, really, I'm like, okay, if we're really scraping the bottom of the barrel hypothesis here. And I'm not saying, again, that we should come to, like, strong conclusions, but I'm saying that, like, it feels like there's at some point we hit, like, a common sense intuitive thing where it's like, okay, I don't know for certain that your survey is, like, proving this thing, but it feels like it's pointing in a really interesting direction. And maybe we should do another, like, representative survey just to, like, confirm it.
Right.
But like just the fact that it's pointing in an interesting direction to me feels super valuable.
I think it is. The problem though is that a lot of times like the bias is hard to figure out beforehand. And this is something that we already talked about when we talked about weighting samples depending on how you think it might be biased. If you know how it's biased, you can do that weighting like successfully. For example, if you know that you've got like a lot of old people in the survey, and you're not actually like, you might be like overweighting for the opinions of old people. Well, you can like adjust for that in the actual data. And that would be an example of bias that's like pretty obvious. But I think that the issue
banding.
is
I don't know if that is that messing up my stream.
Like novel and interesting and strange. And so like with those types of biases, that is like really the risk of
Kind of.
having survey
I dropped some
that,
frames, but not
that
a
is
lot.
representative, is all of the ways that it might be biased in which you don't know, because otherwise you could wait for it. So I think that that is really the kind of deeper criticism.
The novel and interesting and strange part is in itself awesome. Like, for example, I just did like in my kink survey, I asked people about like mental health. I said, "Do you have a mental health problem?" And there were really high to this among non-cis females. Um, and the like one hypothesis is non-cis females have really high levels of mental illness, and another hypothesis maybe they're more likely to self-report it, or like there's something going on in like self-identity narrative that like lends itself more towards like perceptions of this. And these are two completely different hypotheses. One would be like a biased thing, right? Like I'm like actually
Damn.
surveying a population. Like for example, like TikTok is like more likely to be, to think of yourself as like mentally ill in some way. But that in itself seems super cool. Like I don't like finding a correlation where we don't know what the answer is. It's not obvious, like whether it's through selection bias or whether it's like indicating some sort of like straightforward thing. Like both of those seem super fascinating to me. Like that seems to be super valuable in and of itself. Like if it, like, oh, the selection bias might be a result of some sort of like arcane and obscure thing, like that's the whole point too, right? Like it's pointing in that as a potential direction for inquiry.
Yeah, I think you're right. And part of that is the language you use to talk about it. So if you use this kink survey to then say something about specifically the population that was surveyed, I think you can say something a little bit more meaningful. Like if you incorporate where you surveyed people from. So you might find out that like, on Twitter, there you get like certain survey results. You can say like, people who responded from Twitter have all of these views. And it might be really interesting and novel and perhaps strange that Twitter users happen to be like far different from the general population. And that is worth exploring. So I think that like if you're limiting your language to talk about Twitter people, that's legitimate. But I also think that that is not really like, I wouldn't consider that necessarily breaking like scientific rules. You're just being like transparent with the kind of people that you're surveying and saying and limiting your observations to the population that is in question instead of the broader population. I think it would only be breaking rules if then you said that like people in general.
This is so
not just, like,
nitpicky.
people who,
This is such a nitpicky conversation. Like Tafaj is never
who
usually
on
like
Twitter
this.
who are
I
doing
don't know
this.
like what.
However, like
I don't know
the
what
other
this is all
problem
about.
here,
This is like a
and this is
nothing
something that, like, we keep going
conversation.
back to,
Yeah.
is that like
Bring it up.
even if you like know that this is just like only Twitter people, that might be like one source of bias that you know about, but again there might be like other sources of bias that you don't know about. So then when you speak about like the population being surveyed, there might be like some other explainer that I think like Destiny is talking about you haven't considered. And so that is just like always the risk here. Again, like I don't want to make this like personal.
Make it
because,
personal.
Frankly,
It's about her. The whole Twitter thread is about her.
well, I quite like Ayla's stuff, and like I followed her for a little while, and so
Oh, meaning you don't follow her anymore. What happened?
no, I still follow her. I
Oh.
still put in little survey answers.
So weak.
I mean, so like if it were personal, I think it would be like I'd be more soft on Ayla, if anything. I don't know what I was saying. I quite like her. I don't think this is like a personal thing, and I think if anything, she does things like pretty well compared to other people. But I also understand where people are coming from, just like that little bit of nervousness if someone is willing to break rules.
What do you think about that, Ayla? She says she thinks you're breaking rules for no fucking reason.
Yeah, I think you're complete idiots.
Oh, shit.
Terrible, disgusting, the worst.
I
What do you
think if I interpreted my own Twitter thread differently, then I would be concerned.
But people
I
are.
feel like
You
there's-
just think people are being a little bit unfair with their interpretations.
I mean, like at some level, it's like how can somebody be unfair when like we have no free will, and of course people are going to interpret it the way they do. But this is like a recurring theme with me. It's like I use language and what I feel to be is like quite precise and intentional, and then people interpret it differently than the
renowned
way that
area. I
meant,
guess it
and
gave
this
me more
happens
renown.
all the time. And then people spread like rumors about like the things that I'm doing or think the things that I think, and then I'm like, okay, I used very specific language here, and I meant exactly what I meant within the scope of that language. But this is a recurring problem with me because I guess I regularly use language differently than other
Oh,
people.
wait a minute.
Well, I will say, maybe I'm also just like, I will say I did not interpret the way you were talking about breaking rules as the way you meant it. I thought you were breaking more fundamental rules than, for example, like what language specifically you use to refer to like an internet survey or specific like, formatting rules.
Yeah, we know. You just like
deeper than that.
You just jump to a bunch of conclusions.
Broader, I guess, than that. So I also was a victim of like misinterpreting what you said.
Oof. She's
I
challenging
mean,
your
very
ability
precisely.
to communicate.
Backpedal.
Dude, you're such a. You're like honestly such a mud fight right now.
He does. What do you think of
No,
AGP?
Wait.
Autogynephilia?
Oh yeah. What do I think of it?
Yeah, what do you think of it?
Well, some people yelled at me because I guess there's very
I don't want to
precise
fight that
definitions
thing.
of AGP, and the thing that I
Dude,
think of
keep
it
that thing
is,
away
like,
from me. I just want to go do
you
this
are right to, like,
dungeon,
thought of
bro.
yourself as a woman, and it could be like either sexually or non-sexually. But I did some. Did you read the thing I wrote about it? I'm not sure if that's what you're referencing.
I don't think so. I'm just, if Destiny wants
She's
like
just shit
mudslinging,
stirring right now. She's trying to get you
I'm just
canceled by
shit-stirring.
trans Twitter. Okay.
I think the AGB theory is good and very explanatory
Which
and
AGB theory?
interesting.
Wait, the AGBT or AGB theory of transsexuality is good?
Yeah, I think the typology is quite good. Or, well,
Jesus.
okay. I think, no, to be clear, I think AGP is quite good. I think HSTS is more dubious.
Okay. Do you feel like you have
I
adequately?
Ooh,
sorry.
excuse me.
I found that trans people seem to report higher levels of autogynephilia than other people. My guess is that it applies pretty strongly for some trans people and not for others. Like, my guess is there's probably subtypes.
Yeah, this is my sense as well. You can kind of do like a grouping of AGB people, but there are other motivations to transition. I don't necessarily think that HSTS is like the strongest one, but there are definitely like a variety of motivations. And this is something that I think
What
that
is
even like,
HSTS?
oh, I'm sorry, homosexual, transsexual. So like Blanchard, way back when he was writing all of his papers, he posited that there were two types of transsexuals, two types of motivation for transitioning
Yeah,
that
that's
differed
sick.
just from merely gender dysphoria. One of them was autogynephilia, which is like erotic target location error, where you basically like are aroused at the idea of being a woman, and this motivates you to be transitioning. The alternative was that there are people who are just very, very feminine gay men, and in order to like fit in, to avoid social stigma, they transition as well. He actually said that like gender dysphoria plays a role in both of these, and it's really when you have the confluence of multiple motivating factors that people transition. So personally, like I feel that like AGP is one motivating factor in my own transition, and a lot of the trans women that I've spoken to also feel this way. I think it's a little bit frustrating that this has been like so buried scientifically, because it is a field of study that I think could be explored a lot more, and where people could learn a lot more about themselves. I also think
So
that
is
it's
she
probably,
saying the
like,
only
less,
reason that she's trans
you know,
is because she's
fetishy
attracted to
than
the
people
idea of
think
being
it
a woman?
actually is. That's something that like
I don't
this is a person named
know.
Phil
That
Lilly,
sounds.
who, like talks a lot about this.
That
I think
sounds
we're
kind of
very
fetishy.
specific. That is kind of the overview of what these typologies are.
Yeah, it's also my guess that like I personally don't care if it is a fetish. Like, if we did the studies and found out that in fact this is a fetishistic thing, then I don't think we should be treating trans people with less respect.
I think the worry is that like if you're involving people in a fetish.
No, I think it's more than that. I think
so.
I think the conversation is, well, there's two parts. One is if you should have access to free medical treatment to alleviate
Yeah.
the fetish.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
the second
right.
obvious one is going to be, should kids be exploring that fetish under a surgeon's scalpel or drug therapy? I think that would be a really big deal. Like, nobody in society has an issue with somebody getting plastic surgery. Well, I know
Yeah.
some people might. But like, but the question is a lot meaningfully different when it's like, you know, should we be paying for people to have plastic surgery as part of their like mandated healthcare because it's like medically necessary?
Facts, Destiny.
Like,
Like, let's get this. Let's get this back. Let's get this back on track. Okay. What are you guys even talking about?
Go through surgery, puberty, and this like reliably results in a better quality of life afterwards. Like shouldn't that just be the only important factor?
No.
That's
No.
a good question. I don't know. I don't think the answer to that is very clear, right?
Yes.
Let's say, for instance, we'll do the foot fetish one again. Let's say
The
that we
answer
could
is
find a
no.
way that you could actually attach a foot to somebody's like fucking arm surgically, and then they would, and people are like killing themselves because they couldn't masturbate to people's feet because now everybody's wearing socks and sandals or something, right? Like, let's say, would we start like surgically attaching feet to
Fucking
people's elbows so that
hypotheticals.
they could look at them when they're like 15 so that they don't kill themselves because they can't masturbate?
No,
I'm
absolutely
trying
not.
to right now, but I feel like I don't know if this is a reasonable request or if it's just like an emotional one that I need to explore more, but it feels to me like most people probably need there to be a more medically necessary cause to support trans things rather than just like this is a sexual thing that some people get off on.
To be clear,
For
Dan
sure.
Sherwood, when he posited these studies, his opinion is that trans people also have
Oh
gender
my
dysphoria, which is
God,
like an
no.
underlying psychological issue, which makes it that is separate from their sexual interests. So even if they're asexual, they're going to have an
My equipment
impulse
durability.
or, you know, a dysphoria associated with their
Shit.
natural sex.
Yeah, that's true. But then here's a question that I would have about the AGP studies, and I haven't read them, so I don't know. But it would be like a methodology question. Is like, is it possible that there are things that a cis person would count as AGP, but they're not because they're cis, but trans people are more likely to do
Yes.
it? Yeah.
Yeah, so actually there have
Like
been
what?
studies where you give like cis women the questions to like an AJP survey, and it will be certain things like, are you aroused when you put on like stockings and lingerie,
Yeah.
things like that. And it turns out that like when you give these studies to cis women, they indicate very highly for AGP.
Ah, you got me.
Those studies, there's like an issue with them, which is that like it's probably not unusual
Come on.
for a cis woman to imagine that she's a woman in her fantasies. In fact, that's totally expected. So actually, what we're talking about with AGP, I think, is a kind of autosexuality.
Dude, I like this. I like that
where,
positioning matters in here.
AGP people will be auto-heterosexual.
Positioning's like
and
always kind of
cis women, they're
mattered
not
depending on
actually
what classes
engaging
you
in,
play.
auto-heterosexuality
But like the fact that you
They
can
are just, like,
you can get
engaging
impaled
in
by these
imagining
dudes.
themselves in the situation.
Like that's wild.
And to some extent, like if you have like arousal at yourself, if anything, that might be like auto-homosexuality.
Well, how
However,
do you?
like,
How do you?
AGP
I'm just so curious. How do you separate that out? Like, I would probably have like arousal of myself to some. Like, if I film a video of like me and Melina or some girl like messing around, I'm gonna like that's hot to me. But like, does that count as auto arousal? Or if I'm masturbating and I'm getting off to kind of myself, but I'm thinking of myself in another situation, is that like self arousal? Or like how do you
It
measure?
might be.
Yeah, but how do you
Yeah,
figure
so,
that
like-
out? I'm curious. How do you tease that out?
Well, okay, so like if we imagine like most guys when they're looking at pornography, there's like a way that you can look at pornography where if you are watching the man fuck the woman and you're imagining yourself as having like these muscles and this
Jesus.
strong masculine energy, and just that imagination is arousing you, not necessarily imagining being the kind of guy who fucks a woman, right? Because then you are like incorporating this other partner and the arousal is stemming from like the actual sexual act and the person you are doing it to. That is different from being like aroused at the idea of yourself being a particular man. So like with my autogynephilia, I think that like part of the arousal stems from imagining that I'm like a particular woman in the scenario, regardless of like the scenario that she's in, but just because of who she is, right? So that is
I'm not
kind of
gonna
how I
lie.
tease it out in myself. You're right. because
That's some weird ass shit. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what the fuck.
But I do think that there is like a
Ugh.
difference between.
I don't even know like what the
being
fuck
aroused
like
or like imagining
what that
yourself
even
having
means,
sex as a
bro.
woman if you're a cis woman, because that is just like the default mode. It's not necessarily indicative of particular arousal at that imagination or just because you're imagining yourself. Versus if it's a trans woman doing it, there might be some indication that they are particularly aroused by this like change of perspective going from like male to female in the sexual scenario.
Got it. All right. Damn.
But I also think that it's better to couch the discussion in terms of sexuality. I think this explains a lot of trans women's feelings. For example, a lot of trans women will feel more AGP at the beginning of their transition. They might like put on
Alright,
women's
cool.
clothing.
That thing saved my
by
life.
that fact. Very
I was
early on, but
I was
find
real
that
down
disappears
bad
quite
there for a
quickly. And there's
second.
actually like this honeymoon period.
And here
that
goes
goes
another
along
one.
with it. So when you first start doing it, you're very excited. You're very
Yeah,
easily
but I can get
aroused
'em.
by the idea of dressing a certain way. But a few years in, that kind of passion has dissipated, and it is more like a long-term companionship relationship. That might be like a better explanation of this. I don't know if we probably don't want to go like super deep into AGP, but
Sure.
you should study it, Ayla, because it's fascinating.
Yeah, I asked a couple like AGP-ish questions in my survey, and my sample size is quite big, but it was very limited because the survey was focused on other things, so did not get to dive too deep into it.
Well, where are you at right now? Do you say?
Me?
Yeah.
In the world?
Yeah, or what are you doing? Because you're on a microphone and yeah.
I'm in Edinburgh, which is apparently how you're supposed to pronounce it.
Uh-huh. What are you doing
Scotland.
out
My sister is showing me around because she really likes the city, and I'm going over to Montenegro for some shit.
Nice. Oh my god, there's another one. Stay away!
there? Chills. I don't know what else to say.
Good question, Steven.
I'm just trying to move the conversation along, okay? Fuck you.
Oh, is that the okay? Okay, maybe I should
Dude.
go now because it's kind of, and I don't think I have anything more to say.
I don't think so.
If you feel like you got your points out, yeah. I don't want to keep you.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think if I wanted to just reiterate one thing, it would be just like, look what like I actually say in my surveys. Don't like assume I'm saying something that I'm not. Just to everybody, not to you guys.
Okay.
That's it.
Cool. Sounds good. Have fun.
Thanks, guys.
Be careful.
Okay.
What a bitch.
Right.
I think
Oh
she's
my
hiding
God.
from all your real criticisms, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
I can't
alright.
believe you let her get away with saying common sense. You need to nail her to the wall for that. Unbelievable.
No,
You're
I
simping
didn't want to nail her
hard.
to the wall.
Simping hard.
What if we become?
Yeah, that was like a nothing
I gotta
conversation.
leave that door open.
Okay.
All right, see you, Steven.
That's it? What would you come in here to talk to me about?
Oh, I mean, I wanted to talk to you about that. I guess there's this like broader point. Have you ever heard the metaphor of the elephant and the rider?
Yeah, I know all the metaphors, but explain them for my
Okay.
chat for those who don't know about that one.
Those of you who don't know, there's this metaphor in kind of psychology where of the elephant.
Dude, this sword.
I was talking to one of your chatters, like the guy who called and was talking about like building belief systems about this.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna pull up the.
I'm just gonna have to fight him.
Hope you give Brittany another chance. I believe it would be good for you to acknowledge that people see you as
That
emotional.
I like
Hold on, wait,
that
wait,
it
wait,
is.
wait.
It's okay. The world isn't collapsing, and that is true to some extent. Anyway, keep up the good work.
Okay, sorry. Don't know. Okay.
Wow, based. Okay, so the metaphor is something like your personality is comprised of two elements. So there's the elephant and the rider. The rider is intelligent, he's thoughtful, he's careful, he's very lucid. The elephant is lazy and temperamental and kind of just does whatever he wants. And I think that anyone who has ever thought to themselves, like, I really ought to do this thing, I really ought to get my homework done or work out or whatever, and then proceeded exactly to not do that, they've experienced this kind of like dual personality structure where the problem is that the elephant, the part of your brain that is kind of lazy and capricious and more susceptible to base desires, is much stronger than like the overriding rational part of your brain. And even though
Nice.
you rationally
Damn,
recognize
he's
that
lit.
things are better or worse
I'm
for you,
fucking lit.
it's very easy to just like go with the flow of bias. And this is like a
Yo.
humans are
Okay.
extremely biased. Well, yeah, mere mortals. This is a big
Oh wow, I like that.
where
That was pretty
people
sick.
tend to be really biased and really bad at actually doing the things that they believe in. So like, I think this is a big problem with utilitarianism, or at least like kind of vulgar utilitarianism, the utilitarianism that is.
Oh my
practiced
god,
by people.
isn't Ayla a big effective altruism person? Oh, you should have fucked her on that.
Yeah, I should have argued with her about that. But I think that like the problem with utilitarianism is that it tells people that the essence of morality exists within a certain kind of utility calculus, and that's something that the rider, the rational part of your brain, is really good at. But it doesn't matter if the rational part of your brain can calculate all day and write pages and pages of analytical philosophy proving its point. At the end of the day, you're going to go in the direction of your elephant, of the biases within you and your, you know, your laziness and your impulses. And so I think that this is
That's
connected
probably
to the
true.
idea of rules. I think that the way to overcome this is to
I think that's where
habitually
discipline
practice
comes
rules,
in.
even when
Yeah,
they don't
right.
perfectly make sense. So even if, for example, you don't need to format something a specific way, when you format things a specific way, or when you take like a cold shower, or you force yourself to wake up at 7 a.m., you are teaching yourself discipline. You are
Right.
controlling the elephant in some way, and that is going to transfer over to more important
Everything.
things.
Right.
So what you have to do is you have to really practice like a set of ethical principles all the time, to the point where they are no longer something that you recognize merely intellectually, but something that is realized within your body. And that is something that people really struggle with, because rationally it doesn't make sense why you need this thing or that thing, because when you reason back from your end goal, the rule is actually not that important. The end goal is what's important. However, I think that in order to fully realize ethics, you have to convince yourself almost that the rules are like important in of themselves, and aim for the rules, because that will push you in the right direction.
Oh, I unlocked all my
rather
skill
than
slots
starting
now.
with
Cool.
direction
All right, so now we can actually like I can actually spec myself out and do some damage here.
So that was
Is that only in the dungeon though?
reason to pursue rules.
Okay. Does this sound a little bit virtue-y?
Yeah, it does. A little bit like virtue ethics.
Yeah, I think I largely agree. So, like, there's, like, stupid things that, like, a lot of the Red Pill guys say this shit, but it's like, I take a cold shower in the morning or something, right?
Mhm.
Which in and of itself is kind of fucking retarded and it's stupid. But the
Yeah,
idea...
there's no evidence to suggest that it's,
yeah,
like,
and
improving
it's not even about evidence. It's about, like, doing something hard. But there's actually probably some validity to being able to set up, like, a rigorous routine like that you can take even, like, a normal task, turn it into some arduous process, and then overcome it every single morning. Probably, like, shapes, like, a state of mind that's able to be more... more resilient in the world or something, right? So even if it's like a stupid thing like that wouldn't pass like a utilitarian check or some other type of check, maybe it ultimately is something that's kind of beneficial, you know?
Yeah, I think that you had this like great line when you were talking maybe to Sneeko way back about maybe like C.S. Lewis or something, and you said that like you have to shape yourself
with every
into
action
the
or
kind
whatever.
with every action into like the kind of person who is ethical. And that is like very much true, where if your goal is just, you know, a future utility calculus, you can be the kind of person who is not able to get there and believe yourself to be, you know, total master of your destiny, while meanwhile just like totally failing to achieve it.
True.
Yeah.
Ayla would like to go on record stating she is not an EA nerd. She's even worse. She's a rationalist nerd. My bad. I didn't know there was overlap.
Oh, I
there.
bet she reads Slate Star Codex and stuff.
She's like Miss Slate Star Codex, okay? Yeah, that's her. She defines her existence that way, yes.
I think this is the last of them.
She has Scott Alexander tattooed on herself.
And then,
to be fair, I also read this. No. Oh. Okay, that was all. I don't think there's much else.
Okay.
Good luck with kick.
Thanks a lot. Be careful.
Dude, my fucking mic. No way, dude. Fuck. Dude, can you tell me to come back?
Come back, Tafaj. Okay. Where have you been? How's it going? Bro, that was quite the catch. I'm so sorry.
Oh, come on, man.
I feel like I phrased that a little offensively.
My god, are you fucking kidding me? Did she actually go? Dude, you don't need to. You're irrelevant. I'm talking.
What?
All
Did she
right.
actually go?
22 minutes.
I don't know. I messaged
So,
her.
is she watching stream at least?
I don't know. I messaged her, okay? Maybe she'll come back. We'll see.
Oh, man.
What catch did I have on my stream yesterday?
The...
Oh, you're being rude.
I
Oh
am.
my
I'm sorry. That's why I said I'm sorry. Never mind. I said never mind.
Hey, come on, dude. She like Legos and shit. Come on.
Was she cool?
I don't know. Relevant liked her. Listen,
What does that mean? What kind of fucking answer is that?
I don't know. For some reason, all these like autistic girls come to the place, and then like Relevant's like.
Yeah, I need a fucking snack.
Isn't irrelevant kind of autistic?
And I don't got none. I got like
Like,
food.
super autistic girls.
I don't got no snacks, dude. It's really fucking annoying.
This is so sad.
I don't want to like
Dude,
DoorDash
is she in the chat,
snacks.
Lise? Can someone just confirm if she's in the chat? I just need to do this like for 5 seconds.
What? Just what do you need? What do you want to say?
Dude, I got like a whole setup just for Tafaj. Once I saw her coming on stream, dude, take a gander. Take a gander. I got this all set up, bro. I got this all set up. I was literally getting fucking ready. I got the music ready.
Okay, I'll see if she'll come back. I don't know if she's even reading her DMs.
Doesn't matter. She knows she's in. Stop. I've been trying to message you on Twitter. You haven't been responding.
Jesus Christ. Oh, man. Wonder if you noticed she has.
right? Similar to the socialists in Hassan, you look at these people like, okay, well, you're clearly not Islamic. You're clearly not a fucking Christian. Why do you say you are? Everyone should be that. Well, their goal is to defend their religious faith because they're collecting a lot of benefits for being part of the group. So that's so they're going to twist and angle themselves in a certain way so they can try to get the positives without necessarily taking on any of the negatives. So for Hassan, it's like this weird kind of like socialist meme shit. And you don't actually want to be like, you don't want to do like major wealth distribution or contributing to mutual aid or like doing a lot of socialist work because that sucks.
Hassan doesn't want to do any of
On
that.
the internet and being seen as like a very virtuous, very kind, very holier than thou type person or whatever for being part of that group. So you do want to try to hold on to that identity as much as possible. Yeah.
So my disconnect is this, right? Here's my disconnect. Okay, so everything you just said right there about the things that he doesn't do when that is like an integral part of, you know, that very system or that very system of socialism. Why does one need, right? Like, if you were to say that straight up, right? People could logically say, okay, wait a second, let me take that. Let's go look over here. Yeah, that's fact. He does not do those things. That's it. Why are we living in a world where I need to perfectly craft an argument?
Because the people that are watching him want to do the same. He's a role model, right? People want to feel the same way. They also want to be part of the social group. So when you're making arguments against the sun,
we're not arguing opinion. We're arguing a factual thing, right?
No. It's not a factual thing at all. No one cares about that. You're arguing identities, and you're arguing over like how people feel about themselves. That's really what you're fighting over at the end of the day. And if there's a bunch of people that follow Hassan that see him as a role model and want to be like him, well, if you're telling me that to be like him, I've got to do like all these super fucking lame things to make myself like a real socialist or whatever. Nobody wants to actually do all that shit. That's cringe. Yeah. People want to just be able to like have like the Che Guevara poster, and to be able to tweet certain things and get like all the credit of being a socialist without having to actually do like the real kind of shitty gritty work for it, you know?
Yeah, I understand that part, but like I said, my disconnect lies in I'm not necessarily, you know, people can be whatever they think they are, right? They can identify as whatever they'd like. But at the end of the day, there is an objectivity to what you are and what you aren't when it comes to, you know, like there is a parameter, right? If you're a socialist, well, if you're a socialist and you believe in socialism, right, there has to be a
but the question is
certain set of parameters.
The question is, what are you? What do you want to be? People don't want to be a socialist any more than they don't want to be not racist. What they want is the perception of being a socialist. They want the perception of being not racist.
Yeah, but that's an issue, is it not?
Yeah, of course it is. I think it's fucking
that's
horrible.
Why we don't see any change.
But that's what you're fighting against. Remember, people don't. If you want to be a socialist, it's pretty easy to look up, especially if you're a fucking wealthy white kid online, to look up what it is you could be and what it is you want to be. Like it's pretty easy to like understand like what exactly you need to do. But people don't want to be the thing. They just want to get the credit for having the perception of being the thing.
So what you're telling me is my mistake is looking at it in that black and white way where. What you're saying is they were arguing identity, what they feel like they are, or what they want to identify as, or what groups they want to be, or whatever the fuck, right?
Yeah.
And what I'm sitting here and saying is, okay, well, your actions don't match up with, you know, what you say you want to be, which to me, there is no argument to be had. There's nothing to dive deep into. You see that. So for me, a disconnect is how can people not just say, okay, you know what? Yeah, this is true, right? But if you want to identify as that, that's fine. But you're not it, right? So like my disconnect is. I can't understand or fathom how that isn't enough.
How what?
Right,
is,
like
well, because people are going to fight you on the fact of that because you're threatening their identities. They don't want to accept that they're not really socialists, right? So of course they're going to fight you on it.
Yeah, but it's fact versus so they're using opinions and non-factual arguments to argue that they are something when there is an objective.
But is an objective though? They're going to fight over like what does it actually mean to be a socialist? Maybe you don't have to do these things. They're going to fight you. Have you ever heard of the no true Scotsman fallacy?
I have not, no.
So let's say that I say all Persians are gay, and you're like, well, that's not true. Look at this guy. He's Persian. He's not gay. Like that's not a real Persian. It's like, what? Okay. So they say like they say all of the categories this type of thing, but then when you point to things that are in that category that aren't that thing, they go, oh, well, that's not part of the category. People will do this all the time with like
that is the scariest world to live in. I'm confused. Nothing will ever get done. Like we're all living in a fucking fantasy then.
Well, that's society, bro. We all live and die based on the perceptions that people around us have, right? If 20 people in a room think you're an asshole, even if you're not an asshole, you might as well be an asshole, right? Because you're gonna get all the same social validation and punishments based on the people's perceptions around you. But we're a social creature. We live and die by the perceptions of people around us, right? Unless you're like in a strict competitive environment where it's like a.
You know how fucking sad that is?
Well, that's literally how society works. Yeah, it sucks, but that's.
Well, do you understand that society is a self-perpetuating, self-sabotaging fucking social system that is going to lead us to our own downfalls if that's how it operates? It's literally going to lead to our own downfalls. No change will come of it. If perception's all that matters, no change will ever come of anything. The very people who are complaining about the system itself are the jailers of their own cells if this is how it operates.
Yeah, but that's the problem, right? Let's say that you are a socialist and you're really big on socialism and you want to do these things and your content creator is Hassan. Well, that's cool. Like, how does my favorite socialist live his life? He buys $250,000 cars, $3 million mansions, and takes $10,000 private flights to Burning Man, right? That's your big, like, socialist representative. So, I mean, like, yeah, I mean, but he, you know, he's living and dying on the aesthetic of being a socialist. So that's the guy that you got, and that's what he gets the credit for. And yeah, I mean, I agree. At the end of the day, it's probably harmful to those movements because you don't have like a Che Guevara like figure, right? To kind of like model yourself after. You just have basically like a hardcore consumerist capitalist that's like living their best capitalist life. So I mean, I would say it's damaging those movements, but I mean, I don't care. I'm not a socialist. I don't like those movements, so fuck them. It's good. Technically, it's good for me if people like Hassan are the representatives of those movements because they don't have much longevity.
Yeah, true. Damn. I have never even, I mean, I guess that's my own closed-mindedness and ignorance to not even understand that, you know, that what you just explained exists. That's just wild to me. Like, I guess I come from a time, I guess this sounds like wild to me, but I come from a time where, like, if you say you're something, like, you're about it.
Nah,
fully.
I think we've all, society's always done this shit. It's very human. Human's gonna human, you know? As a good old friend used to say. It's a pretty human thing to try to.
Oh, Nietzsche, yeah, of course. Human, all too human.
Sure.
That's Nietzsche, right? That is Nietzsche.
I was thinking of a YouTube philosopher, but close enough.
Oh, no. Well, I think Nietzsche has a book, right? Human, all too human.
I have no idea. I don't read. I read Wikipedia, okay? If you give me a Wikipedia article on it, I'll believe in you.
All right. Well, 500 purchases. Locations on the map.
We used to call them posers train. That's facts. I guess that's my biggest disconnect. Like, I didn't realize I needed a full fucking fledged, perfectly articulated, you know, argument to show you say you're this, yet you don't do this. That makes you this, and then you're telling me it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with what people believe they are and the perception of coming off to look that they're that. Like that. Do you know why? Like, that is. Like that. I mean, I guess this is an issue I need to work with on my own because I guess this is my weakness. But that almost. That's a scary fucking world. Like, what the fuck is ever going to get done if that's all we do? If all we care about is the perception of, if all we care about is how we look to others, right? That's wild. That's wild to me. Like, I mean, that itself is contradictory to saying that you're that. If all you care about is looking like it and not being it, then to me, that parameter, it's that itself is missing the parameter of thinking that you're it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like, if all you care about is looking like it without doing it, and you're telling me that society is, I guess you're not saying they're conscious of it, right? You're saying that's what you're saying, right? Some people aren't aware or conscious of that this is going on.
Mm-hmm.
They truly believe they are it.
Yeah, I think, or they find a way to like make it work in their brain, kind of. I think.
Rationalize it. Okay, that makes sense. Jesus. Wow. So then what you're saying is the only way this ever changes is if you can convince the delusional to wake the fuck up. So you would need someone like you to argue. That's just that simple.
Doesn't have to be me, but yeah. But yeah, you just gotta...
Well, and no, anyone that's well-versed in all those tactics and bullshit. Like, how the fuck do you... how do you battle someone that gish gallops? Do you just make sure that... Is it like what Piers Morgan did that one time versus Tate, where he kept telling me to answer the question? Is that how you battle that? Is that how you counter that? You stay on the question and you look for a yes or no answer?
Well, I mean, if you're talking about navigating live conversations, that's a whole other topic of like, that's just a whole separate skill set you have to develop.
Interesting. Wow.
This is all mid. It's all mid. All right, I'm bored.
Jesus,
of this conversation.
I mean, people do this shit all the time, right? Right? When people say they're a fan of a band, a lot of the times they don't really care about being a fan of the band. They're trying to collect the credit for
they're bandwagoning.
Exactly. Literally, right? That's why, like, how many times, like, I don't know if people still do this, but people used to wear, like, band t-shirts and shit. And sometimes when, like, certain fans of that group would pop up, they'd ask us, like, yo, give me, like, 2 albums from this guy. Or do you know anything besides, like, their, like, #1 hit single? People will test people on it because they don't know if you actually are fans of that thing or if you're just trying to collect credit for being the fan of that thing, right?
Yeah,
So,
but here's the difference. Now, obviously, this is something that I may be generalizing, but, or I might be assuming, but it seems to me from my experience, I truly believe that Hassan believes he's doing a service, that he believes like this is enough to define him as a socialist.
No,
Do you understand? Like,
Shad, that would be crazy. It's
you don't think-
possible, but like, dude, even I
believe
feel
it.
guilty. Like, I've done a few like real world action things with my money, but even I feel kind of guilty for as much money as I fucking make. Like, there's probably a million things more that I could be doing in service of my beliefs. There's no way Hassan has to feel like he's doing enough. That would be wild to me.
Then let me ask you this: if he doesn't truly believe he is what he says he is, then what's with all the co-ops with, you know, if he, like, for the
He
dog
doesn't
shelter,
do any
right?
co-ops. He doesn't have any co-ops. That's bullshit.
No, by co-op I meant like the
Rev
getting in front of
sharing?
the camera.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
let you go.
no, like
Why this web browser's like frozen? Taken advantage of. Oh, he uploaded the full playthrough? Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Wow, this is wild. Like, literally, no one is watching my stream. No one's watching over on Kick. Oh my god, dude. Black Twitter's losing its fucking mind over Pearl Davis yet again. Omawale Africa is like somewhere fucking hype, bro. Jesus. Alright, so, I mean, I can go back here. I probably should go back here and get this waypoint. Yeah. Yeah. How do I, where do I beat that, get that quest? Rising Spirits. Super annoying. Okay, well, looks like we're walking back. Like, they're mad because I think she said something about how Roots like kind of overblew slavery a little bit or something like that. I don't know. Well, I guess they're not stopping and talking to me, so very rude. What's this? Ooh, I don't know what that is. Oh. There's probably some sort of boss. Did they kill it? I think they killed that boss, which is like super annoying. Nice, thanks guys. That was looking pretty dicey. I used 4 potions on that one fight. But I still need to go down, so you guys do whatever the hell y'all want to do.
Me is kind of clinging on to that, thinking, okay, you know what, maybe one day people will wake up and revisit this and say, wait a second here, these make sense. But
I'm gonna keep listening to this because
that one part, fuck, I just lost my.
I mean, now that they're both on Kick, I'm interested in hearing this because Kick sounds like a nice platform to be on, and I don't give a fuck. So you got a problem with it? Deal with it.
Give me a sec. Let's see.
Oh yeah, there was a time when Hassan said that he was closer to his audience than he is to Grimes when she was at that one event. Yeah, and then 3 weeks later he had her on his stream. Bro, that shit's just funny to me at this point. I don't know. I think it's pretty funny, but Jesus.
Of course, it's fucking everywhere. It's just wild. What was I gonna say? Fuck, it was actually
profound.
Oh, the part where I brought up, and I said it clearly. I'm like, listen, I don't doubt that you give a piece of your podcast, to the editors or whatever the hell he said. But what about your main income source, right? It's easy to give something that's not making very much, but when you have your main income source that's bringing in, $5-6+ million a year, and no one's getting anything from that, that. When I made that clear, I'm just surprised that whenever everyone's heads, I don't know, are people dumb? Do they make excuses because they need,
They're very dumb.
Someone that they've already convinced themselves is the, good guy or the messiah or whatever the fuck they've convinced themselves. Is this why they're brainwashed to just that obvious? It's obvious. It's right in front of the. It's mind-boggling to me, Destiny. Do you understand? Giving away a piece of a podcast that's not netting very much, at least relative to your main income source, your main stream, your main income stream, and not giving any of that away. Shouldn't that be a clear fucking indicator? Wait a second here.
Yeah, but remember, again, you're looking to watch a guy that makes you feel good about yourself that already agrees with you. That's people. It's like comfort watching, right? That's generally what happens. I mean, even my audience probably does that to some extent, right? I think I have relative unique views on things, but they probably end up copying most of my views, and then they like watching me because I'm sure people watch me for a variety of reasons. Probably a lot of people that watch me because I fight against a lot of people, and it feels good to oh, this is my guy that fights against people I don't like. So I'm probably watching.
But you realize no change will ever come if this is kind of the.
Yeah, it's a hard one. I understand. Yeah, it's difficult. But there's real life examples of change not coming because of these types of attitudes. Black Lives Matter was a good example. We need to push for real systemic change that's going to make differences in people's lives. But instead, it ended up being a big virtue signal about no, all cops are bastards. Okay, well that doesn't get us anywhere. Defund the police. Well, that didn't work out very well, right? You just end up with a bunch of people virtue signaling, and then nothing actually gets done. But I mean, that's kind of it happens. It sucks, but it is what it is.
It's the truth.
So what you're saying ultimately is we live in a world where performance is all that matters. A performative action. That's it.
Kind of.
Not real action, performative action. That's all that matters.
Yeah, the performance is really important. So unless you get people to expose people or fight against the fake performances, that's all you can really do.
It's not even about exposing. It's literally no. It's listen. I truly believe. Here is the start to it. Okay.
Okay.
If we can baseline some sort of bare minimum level of education, right? Because I would argue, a lot of people, they look at education, why do I have to take these classes? I can't apply any of these things I learn, outside of school. But it's what they don't realize is these classes and that curriculum in college, it hones your ability to critically think. It hones that skill. If everyone possessed the ability to critically think, everybody, right? Logic and reason would take over, and people would begin to see, and from that, the right people would get into positions of power, and from that chain reaction starts to real change happening. Until then, we have people who are posers getting into office, right? And they talk about the change, but they're not about the change. Therefore, change will never be a result of them being in power. Only until people have that baseline capability of being able to critically think, only then will the correct people get into the positions of power that will actually lead to change. Until then, it's about who looks the best and who sounds the best, not who does it the best. Do you understand?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I mean, that's the way of the world.
Yeah, the issue with that here is that we can't force people.
You gotta look the best. If you're doing the best actions, you need to dress them up. You need to make them look good. It's not enough to just be the best. You've got to look the best too.
But would you agree that most of the time, and I guess I'm generalizing once again, and I shouldn't do this. My therapist always tells me, but wouldn't you agree most of the time the people who look the best and sound the best are not the fucking best?
Sometimes, yeah. But I mean, you got to dress your shit up better. That's all we can really do.
Jesus. So what you're saying is we're fucked right now until we get to a point of, you know, where our society's more baselined in the logic and reason category. We're fucked.
Yeah, but humans, logic and reason are not very human properties, right? Like reasoning out things these are very like, or maybe those are the most human things, but we're very like animalistic people. We're driven like very emotionally. We're driven by like stories and narratives and all that, not by like facts and logic. That's like a very queer thing for the human mind. You've got to learn that. It's very difficult. So I mean, like, but again, it's not abnormal. This is how we've always been. Like, it's not like we've ever been in a society where everybody is like fucking. Like Aristotle or Plato. It's like, oh yeah, everybody here is like a master fucking, you know, logistician or some shit. Like, this is how it works, right?
I'll take it one step further. What I'm saying, I believe to be true, in regards to like the, you know.
Oh,
any sort of hope
nice.
for
We
a
could
future,
it's like a transmog.
or any sort of advancement for, you know, the human civilization. Is going to result from baselining that, you know, the basic logics and reasons required to see the truth. But I feel like most of the leaders in power right now don't want that to be the case. They want the people to stay stupid. They want the very people that people are voting in to be their leaders, to take them away from their misery and their miserable lives and their jailing by quote unquote capitalism, are the very people that need to keep those people below them. Do you understand? They're voting in the very people who they think are going to take them out, but secretly those people need to keep them down because that's their power.
I don't think it's that the politicians like need to keep them down or anything like that. I think it's just like people vote in people that, you know, like synergize well with them and they feel like they represent their interests. And like
if there was ever a point where
it's
they
all
were
like
as
self-perpetuating.
Yeah, but if there was ever a point where they were as smart, they wouldn't have as much power over them.
Yeah, but then just like different politicians that appeal to that would be the ones that would be elected, right? In some cases, I'm sure there are a lot of times when leaders wish people were smarter. Like if you've got a president, like let's say you've got a president and like gas prices are falling, right? You probably you're happy that people are dumb and they're giving you credit for it because the president doesn't really affect gas prices, not that much, right? But then let's say there's times where gas prices are going up a lot, or inflation is happening because of worldwide events. In that case, you probably wish your voting population was way smarter. Like, guys, this is out of my control. I can't do anything about this. Don't blame me. So it just depends on
Yeah, but the problem is at that point they're once again I don't know if cherry picking is the right word here, but they're cherry picking what
really
categories
don't
they
know
want
how
the
I got
voter
to
to be
that,
smart in. Right? 'Cause
like
in other categories
transmog.
they manipulate that stupidity themselves. So until there's somebody,
yeah, but you have to manipulate the stupidity, right?
Yeah,
Otherwise,
but
otherwise you'll never get elected. And then what does that say about the political movements?
Yeah, but that's the very issue. That entire system is fucking designed for us to never advance the points that we need to get to a place where we can actually thrive. Everyone can thrive. It's just like, that's the issue. Do you understand?
Of course, I understand what you're saying.
What you just explained is oh man. The entire thing you just explained is contradictory to any sort of an advancement.
I think I actually have to go to the
human
wardrobe. I think that's
like,
what it is.
It's wild to me that no one sees that. Like,
I
people
mean, I think
I'm
a lot of people see it, and
schizo.
people get frustrated with it. But I mean, that's a story of human history.
Yeah, but the power is in their hands. Like, oh man, it's just wild. Like, even when one person says, you know what, fuck it, like, I see it, I'm frustrated, I can't do anything. Like,
He can say that as much as he wants, but
how many
like,
others are
that's
thinking
not
that way?
really
And from that, as a result, how many wrong leaders are getting put into power?
an answer. Like, you can't force someone to. You can't force someone to study civics. You can't force someone to read
So what do you
who
think the
their
solution is?
local.
Obviously, my solution was
electorates
baseline
are.
education. You know, encouraging it, getting those, you know, critical thinking skills. You know, for everybody.
I think a basic psych class and a basic philosophy class, I think should be mandated in most schools. Actually,
I agree.
I feel like it would help critical thinking a little bit.
It would solve so many issues.
I don't know if it would solve all of our issues. It'd be a nice start.
It would solve so many. Like it wouldn't be overnight. It wouldn't be in 10 years, 20 years, but like in 100 years from now, people will start opening their fucking eyes. Oh man, oh man, oh man.
Oh, nice! I could change the
world.
color of it too. I don't want to.
What a world. The
Yeah, my
posers have the
helmet
most
looked
power.
the same.
What a fucking world.
Yeah, I mean that's just because that's what people vote for. That's what people like.
Yeah, but like what frustrates me isn't even the poser themselves that's in power. What frustrates me is the person that puts them in power truly is doing it from a point where they believe that they are the person that's going to get them out of the shitty place that they are in, not realizing that the person they're voting for is the very thing that keeps them trapped down there. Do you understand? Like, it is the most... It's not even the person that's in power, right? It's the people that frustrate me. They can't see what's right in front of their fucking faces. It's just... It's... oh, man. Like, that's, like, my biggest disconnect in everything. I don't understand how that could be possible. Fuck. That's wild to me, bro. That's wild.
That's life, man.
It's just wild to me. It's wild, man. That's just... That's... It's almost sad.
Alright, so what am I...
It almost makes me want to cry. Do you know how sad that is?
Now?
I almost wish I was ignorant to that. Like, that's so
This is a
fucking
really dumb
sad.
conversation.
Oh, man.
And like,
wow.
Even Destiny's checked out.
True, true.
Yeah. Bro, this game you play looks so fucking fun.
Really? Don't you play like FPS?
Brother, let's be real, okay? The only FPS I play, I open cases in.
Okay, true.
They're like misrepresenting what she said so fucking terribly hard. Like, it's so crazy. But I mean, it is what it is. It's it's dethroned Pearl time. Everybody's trying to get to that top spot on YouTube, so I guess it is what it is, dude. But I think it's a little corny, and I think it's a little fucking whiny too. Black people have the lowest standards, so it's always easiest to start with us. Oh my god, like it's her fault. Mm-mm-mm. Um.
His fucking craziness. That was all because you were too terrified to potentially do a little bit of harm because of your retarded dogmatism about not wanting to do any harm at all. That's the problem with dogmatism. So yeah. Let's see. What do we got here? MC, knowing one's own limits anytime is very smart. Twitter link on Discord. Okay. I'll take a look at it in a minute. Well, we also have this space now where you're a bigot or a transphobic, or if you call out something. Yeah, that's where I'm currently at. Trender Twitter is so fucking angry with me. I've even picked up a new stalker. Let's see. We would probably think cis women who get surgery for breasts that big have some issues too, right? Exactly. Ain't no one want titties that big anyway. True. True.
Skull and Bones is worse than you thought. Damn, Luke Stevens' studio looks so sick. But that's what happens when you get rich off of YouTube. Oh god. I'll be right back, and then we're gonna go sell some stuff, raid some dungeons, try to get in some co-op. I gotta check out this Adobe Firefly.
A new challenger enters the fray. Adobe unveils Firefly, which is their new generative AI tool set to compete with Stable Diffusion, Midjourney, and DALL-E. And they have one big difference compared to all the other tools, except the range of features that we're going to look at in a bit. But what they do have is a 100% legally trained data set. So their model is trained on Adobe stock images and public domain works. So there's no gray area there at all. And that's going to be very good to know for many professionals that want to use the tool. So let's check out the unveiling. By the way, why did the spider eat the firefly? It wanted a light snack.
Oh, not finish it? Yeah, this is really cool, actually.
Adobe Firefly is under the Sensei umbrella, which is Adobe's AI project. Now here's just some examples of the images created with Firefly, and as any generative AI site basically looks the same.
Is this free?
You have the prompt here next to the image. And it's a generative AI made for creators. With a beta version of the first Firefly model, you can use everyday language to generate extraordinary new content. And Firefly has the potential to do much, much more. And I think what they got going is they're going to implement this into Photoshop, Illustrator, etc. And they already have great tools with a great user interface. And by adding AI on top of that, that's going to provide great stuff for professionals already using the tools. And here you can see an example of what is known as outpainting in generative AI today. So, well, first, this is an image-to-image or an in-painting where they change a part of the scene. And down here, this is the outpainting where they expand on an image. And this is available in
really cool.
Stable Diffusion, for example, as of today, but will now also be available in Firefly. And workflow-wise, this will help a lot of people, as you might already have a photo or an illustration inside.
Because I mean, what is it? Photoshop and Illustrator already do that. Like you can extend a picture if you have like Photoshop, like
vector variants.
It works really well with when things are like in motion.
This is just an example now, but when you
I don't have Photoshop installed on this computer, so I can't show you. But when you have something something that looks like it's in motion, maybe like the specific thing that I used it for was an image where a lady was standing next to a subway, and I needed to extend the image out some more on the side of the subway so I could put some text in. I was making like a hero section for a website that I was designing. Needed to extend it a little bit so I could include the text. So what I did was I just used Photoshop generative AI, and it did a really good job of like extending that and predicting what that blurred subway car was going to look like. So that's why when AI art first came around, I was like, oh no, this is actually really fucking great. Get the better AI art becomes, the better designers' jobs are going to be. Now, artists, illustrators, I don't know. That might be a tricky place. But, I mean, AI is only going to benefit designers. All right, let me see. And for each enemy you hit beyond the first. Oh yeah, easy, no brainer. Nice. Money. Oh wait, there's more. Oh no. God damn it. Well, I guess the event's over now, right? Oh no. Yeah, the generative AI stuff is really cool. I don't know. I mean, I get why artists are like scared of it or whatever, but like,
VOD.
You think so?
I'm just gonna look and see if she's posted a kick anywhere on her Twitter. Like that's the best way to find out.
I don't know what that came back on. Um. So that's how it works.
Where's the charger?
Actually, I'm just gonna go have one of those gummies in the room. I'll have one of those in the morning. That's all I'm worried about is what's the name. I feel like I'll be up late at night because I have too much caffeine during the day. Or late in the day, I should say. Huh? So if they're gonna do like, if I'm gonna do like THC, I need it to be like straight up. Oh man. All right. All right. Slay the demonic vanguard. No, that's the way that I came in. Jesus. Get away from me.